Ken.
Is this your Coke?
No.
Oh, come on.
What is it?
Good morning.
How'd that feel?
Sounded just a tad tinny. But good morning and welcome to the January 9th, 2020 Land Use Meeting, first meeting of 2020. Today our invocation was going to be by the pastor Tony Hill of Bayshore Baptist Church, but like many folks in our community, he's home with sick children, so he cannot be here today. But Commissioner Reggie Bellamy has said that he would fill in. So please stand, join us in the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
That's a prayer. That's all. As we pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for waking us up this morning and giving us life, health, and strength. We thank you for the new year and giving us an opportunity to come together and impact our community. We ask you to watch over us today, the individuals that's out, the individuals that's watching via television, and we ask you to just strengthen us in our minds within our decision-making process and help us to do things as professional as possible and the way you would have it to be. We pray for the individuals that are sick and shut in right now, and we ask for your healing for those individuals, dear Heavenly Father. And the things that we have to accomplish today, we thank you in advance. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. We have a couple items that are scheduled for the 1:30 time certain. Those involve the Land Development Code text amendments and then the development review procedures. Also, Chair's prerogative, we have an item that was continued last time. This is the plan amendment, PA 1902, Ordinance 1921, that through no fault of the applicant, it got continued, and they had to bring all their folks back. So we're going to schedule that for 10 o'clock. If we aren't done with the other items, we're going to make sure we get to that by 10 o'clock so that you do have an opportunity to be heard before the 1:30 time certain. All right, I'm going to turn it over to staff. Are there announcements?
Yes, ma'am. There's the changes to the agenda. Under the announcements section of the agenda, item the 1:30 time certain, which is a Land Development Code text amendment for Chapters 2 and 3, Development Review Procedures, and Resolution 20004, Administrative Procedures Manual. It was inadvertently left off of the announcements section in the agenda. It is item number 7. Also, the 1:30 time certain, which is the Land Development Code text amendment for Chapters 2 and 3, there's the addition of Resolution R016, Agreement of Extension of Time, and it's attached, and then you also have an additional motion for that resolution. Item number 10 is Plan Amendment 1902, Ordinance 1921, Our Lives. It's a large-scale map amendment. There is a public comment letter attached to the update memo. Item number 12 is PDMU 1422 PR2 Travesta. There is a revision to stipulation A1. It's adding an additional item number E, and it is in strike-through underlined format. The revised agenda is submitted to board records and is located in the E agenda, but it is not attached to the update memo. All of the above changes are in the update memo and have been attached to the e-agenda system. That's all the changes to the agenda that I have, ma'am.
Okay, great. Well, we have no consent agenda, so we don't need to pull anything from it, and so we'll just move forward. And we have no awards, presentations, or proclamations this morning, so we're going to move right on to citizens' comments. This is citizen comments on future agenda items, things that are not on today's agenda, but something that you might like to see in a future agenda item. I only have one person signed up. That is Glenn Gibolina. So, Mr. Gibolina, if you'd like to come forward, address the board.
Yep.
What do you think? Oh, no.
Good morning. For the record, Glenn Gibolina, taxpayer, voter, community activist. So my first question is the accessory dwelling units. When are we bringing them back to the table? It's ill-conceivable that 2 years' worth of work, workshops, and public comments that you had at the last minute, a half a dozen crybabies from Whitfield Estates derail that whole project, disregarding the rest of the 340,000 citizens in this county. I think you need to fast track it. I think it was a huge mistake that you guys did, and you need to fix it. There is an affordable housing crunch, and we need about 50,000 units. My second item is, does the county have a renewable energy policy yet? Every new building, have we looked at putting any type of renewable components on the new buildings or existing roof overs? I think that needs to be taken a look at. Online public comment cards. They work at the school board. You know, I can sign up the night before, walk in when I think it's going to be, and boom, I'm up on the board, come on in. I have to come here, fill out a card. Maybe you won't hear from me for, you know, an hour or two. This is the 20th century. Let's do some electronic comment cards and bring back the tables and chairs. It was so nice to have a meeting out there and discuss things we need to discuss prior to coming in here. You go to any other municipality, you go to Sarasota County, they've got tables, they've got plugins for your iPhones. They make it conducive to the public to come in and stay engaged with our elected officials. Unfortunately, this dais does not, in my humble opinion. Your charging phone, you got to bend over and use the plug off the floor. It's like, you know, caveman. And lastly is that the impact fees. I think you need to put in a $5,000 affordable impact fee on every permit that's not going to be under 178,000 HUD standards. Our developers have not built 1 square foot of affordable housing. And you guys just stick your head in the sand and just rubber stamp these walled communities without any of the consideration for the blue-collar workers, our first responders, people that can't afford to live in these walled communities. You got one guy here, Marshall. He's stepping up to the plate. He does affordable housing, and he does it at HUD rate. He doesn't do it at market rate. We need more developers like that because the current developers in this community don't do it. And they either need, you know, obviously you're not going to do a moratorium, but they need to step up to the plate. I think $5,000 is not out of line. They make $50,000 a home. Into the record, please.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward and make comments on a future agenda? All right, no one's coming forward. We'll close citizen comments on future agenda, and we'll move to our regular agenda items. Do we want to do a swearing in at this time? Thanks.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you are about to present to the board will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We have items that are on the presentation upon request. The first item is number 3. Staff, would you like to read that in the record?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 3 is LDCT, a county-initiated land development code text amendment for the sign ordinance. This is going to be continued to no date certain, and it will be re-advertised.
Right. Is there anyone that would like to address the board on this item that is going to be continued? All right. No one has come forward. What is the pleasure of the...
Move we continue.
There's no motion for that item, Madam Chairman.
Oh, no date set. We don't need it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for clarifying that. All right. Next item is number 4, PDMU 9201. Staff?
Yes, PDMU 9201, GR17, University Lakes. This item will be continued to the January 24th, 2020 meeting at 9:00 a.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard. And as a notice, that is a Friday, not a Thursday.
Okay. Yep. One of our Friday meetings, something new this year, trying to take care of the large caseload that we have in a timely manner as the state has requested us to do. So is there anyone who would like to address us on this item at this time? Or if not, they can wait till January 24th. Okay, what is the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve for the continuance to January the 24th, 2020.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right, next up is PDC 1908. Staff?
Yes, item number 5 is PDC 1908ZG. It's Manatee Ranches at State Road 70 and County Road 675. This will also be continued to Friday, January 24th, 2020 at 9 o'clock or as soon thereafter as may be heard.
All right, is there anyone in the public that would like to address us today on this item that is to be continued? All right, seeing no one come forward, Commissioner Baugh?
Move to approve the continuance to January the 24th, 2020.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. And last up is PDRV 1906.
Yes, this is item number 6, PDRV 1906ZP, the Surf RV Resort. It is also to be continued to Friday, January 24th, 2020 at 9 o'clock a.m. or soon thereafter as may be heard.
All right, anyone in the audience that would like to address the board today on this item? Okay, this will be coming back before us. Commissioner Bellamy.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. All right, moving to those that are on the agenda. First up, the number 7 is going to be at 1:30, so I guess next up is number 8. Staff, would you like to read that into the record?
Yes, item number 8 is PDPI 0645GR2. It is the Manatee County North Water Reclamation Facility General Development Plan. This is approving an amended general development plan for a new 2,811 square foot maintenance and electrical building, a new radio communication tower, a 2,400 square foot storage building, and other necessary utility structures for operation. The plant is located on approximately 80.8 acres of the 647-acre parcel and is generally located north and east of 69th Street East and north of Erie Road, and is commonly known as 7550, 7920, 8100, and 8500 69th Street East in Ellington. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Akeya Brown is the planner for this case, and Jeff Goodwin from Utilities is also present for presentation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any ex parte communication on this application? Okay, seeing no ex parte, we'll go ahead and go to the applicant, who happens to be the county. So who wants to give the presentation?
All right, good morning, board. My name's Akeya Brown, and I have been sworn. This is the Manatee County North Water Reclamation Facility General Development Plan, version 2, or revised 2. Here's the aerial of the site. As Ms. Margaret has stated, this is the site is north of 69th Street East and west of Erie Road. History: in 2009, the Board of Commissioners approved the General Development Plan and rezone, and in 2014, the General Development Plan was revised to include a fuel depot facility. The request is for a new telemetry tower constructed in 2020, and in 2022, a new maintenance and storage building, and beyond 2024, other necessary utility structures. The request for the telemetry tower, it currently exists, is a knee replacement, and it will be constructed in 2020. Here's a general site. The red arrow shows where the current telemetry tower is, and the new location of the tower is circled in blue. The future land use is PSP, which is public semi-public interest. The current zoning is planned development, public interest. Site characteristics is about approximately 80.8 acres of the 647-acre site. The existing use is a reclaimed water treatment plant. It lies in a flood zone X, A, and AE. There are no new wetland impacts proposed. The maximum height of the existing tower is 90 feet, and the proposed new tower will be 140 feet. Positive aspects, the overall treatment plant still provides 80% of open space. There are no known negative aspects of this proposal. There was a neighborhood meeting per the resolution that was conducted October 21st, 2019. It was located at the Public Creek Middle School. Approximately 6 persons attended, and there was a brief discussion primarily about the Tillman Trade Tower. The staff recommendations. The wastewater treatment plant expansion has adequate land to develop within the 80.8 acres. The development is supported because it provides local utility services to the surrounding communities. Staff does recommend approval. And that completes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've got some commissioners with some comments. Commissioner Trace?
I move to adopt Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDPI 0645GR2. Approve the general development plan with stipulations A1, B1, B3, and C14.
Second.
Be fast, man.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Trace, seconded by Commissioner Servia. Go ahead and continue with questions. Commissioner Baugh?
Yeah, I just had one. I know that you showed a picture of, and you said where the new tower was going. It was in blue.
Yes.
But it was so quick I missed it. Can you show me
Oh,
what
sure.
it is? I'm sorry.
No problem.
Where's the blue?
It's right here in the.
Okay, got it. All
See.
right. I thought. Okay, I wasn't sure what that was. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
No problem.
And Commissioner Whitmore?
And you said you had mainly the concerns of the citizens were the tower, but when you explained that this was health and safety, did you feel a little better about it?
I wasn't there at the presentation. It was conducted.
Comes Jeff, yeah.
Jeff?
Morning, Commissioners. Jeff Goodwin, Deputy Director Utilities. I've been sworn. Yep, we had a meeting, as mentioned, back in October. Once we explained what the purpose of the tower was, there were no concerns from the citizens that attended.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, it looks like a pretty comprehensive effort to put forth this plan. You feel like, how long of a build-out do you think this plan will cover for this site?
We should be good. The need for this is so that we can reach our lift stations out in the further parts of the North County. We should be good up to the boundary with this improvement.
Great, great. Well, it's important to have a GDP to make sure that we show everything that might be proposed out there, so I
We
appreciate
tried to throw everything in there this time.
Good. Appreciate you and staff working on that and getting that done. All right, we're going to open this up to the public. Is there anyone who would like to come forward and make public comment on this application for a general development plan update? Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Staff have any closing comments? All right. Therefore, I bet you don't even have any rebuttal. So
Not yourself?
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All righty, moving right along. Next item is that was 9, which is Z1923. Staff, would you like to read that, introduce that into the record?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 9, Z1923, is the Rizzo rezone. This is a rezone of approximately 0.784 acres, and it is generally located at the southwest corner of US 41 and 26th Avenue West. It's approximately 1 mile north of Cortez Road. It's commonly known as 2604 14th Street West in Bradenton. The rezone is from residential mobile home, 6 units per acre, to the general commercial zoning district. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Jake Bibler is the planner for this case, and also the applicant has representatives present as well, Mr. Reed Cook, for presentation.
All right. Is there any ex parte communication from any commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and turn it over to the applicant for presentation.
Good morning. My name is Reed Cook. I have been sworn. I'm with W.R. Cook Engineering. The applicant is requesting a rezone of the property from GC and RSMF 6 to GC. The site approximately 0.784 acres, and there's two zoning classifications that bisect the property through the middle of the building. The purpose of this request is to bring the site in compliance with the existing uses, which are restaurants. Presently, the building is vacant. There's a number of positive items that will happen with this rezone. One is to bring a couple new businesses down to the 14th Street area. Two, reduce the dumping of discarded household items such as couches, beds, furniture. Three, reduce the accumulation of trash by way of new business pride in the area. And four, reduce the vagrancy, drug, prostitution, that activity that's been occurring on the property. So, in my opinion, this approval would be a great improvement to the 14th Street area. That's it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to
Any questions
answer.
for the applicant? Commissioner Servia.
Yes, I just have one. Hi, Reed.
Morning.
Are there any plans to break up some of the impervious area there? It is in a flood zone. I know that sometimes we have some flooding in that area.
We are in a flood zone. Right now, there's none.
Bummer.
He wants to keep he needs the parking right now for the businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, it's just when it's time, I just move to approve.
Okay, sure.
For the zoning.
Okay. All righty. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Commissioner Baugh.
I wasn't going to, but I have to after the way you answered Commissioner Servia's question. So is there nothing that can be done to help break up some of the concrete so that it's, because it is in a flood area, so nothing that can be done that you guys have talked about?
Right now, we need the parking. Are you asking about putting in landscape areas or something
No,
like that?
I'm asking about taking up some of the concrete instead of having all the concrete that's there.
Right now, we plan on leaving it as
Just
it
want to
is.
leave it for parking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Would you consider this as an infill project?
Well, it's an existing project.
Right.
It's an existing building. It's been there since the 60s. So he'd like to, there's some improvements that he wants to do on the outside, facelift to it. But, yeah, maybe it would be an infill project. Right now, there's no proposed new building.
When you look at the maps, what's there now? I asked staff, and I know it's kind of near Constantino's, all that, but...
It's slightly less than 2,000 square feet. There was two restaurants there. It's bisected by a wall, common wall there. The zoning right now goes right through the middle of the building. So the south half is in the RSMF zoning classification, and the north half is in the GC zoning.
So what you're going to do, does it require you tearing up any of the buildings that are there, or the parking lot, the current parking lot, what some are talking
No,
about?
ma'am, we plan on keeping it as it is for the parking.
And I don't have a problem with that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. No other questions for the applicant. We'll go to staff's presentation.
Morning, Jake Bibler for staff, and I have been sworn. As Mr. Cook mentioned, we're seeking a rezone, applicant is seeking a rezone from RSMH 6 and general commercial to general commercial for this entire property. This is the location, the general location, 14th Street West and 26th Avenue West. It's just outside city limits. City limits are to the north of 26th Avenue. This is in the urban corridor. The site is 7.84 acres in total, and the 2.42 acres already zoned general commercial. They're seeking the rezone of 0.542 acres of the RSMH to general commercial. This is the future land use in ROR. You can see the city limits there as well. And the current zoning, as the applicant mentioned, the parcel is split, general commercial and RSMH 6. Here's an aerial showing how that zoning splits the building.
This is crazy.
Here's some site photographs. to the top left, you can see the building from across the street looking west. There's a top right image is from the southeast corner looking to the northwest, and on the right of that image is US 41, 14th Street West. And the bottom left image is the northeast corner from the corner of 26th Avenue looking south, and again to the right, that image showing another retail use building that's right on the corner. Positive aspects, this will bring uniformity to the parcel zoning, bring it into compliance, and have an expansion of existing general commercial. Services already exist. The staff does not note any negative impacts or aspects of this rezone, and we recommend approval.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, questions for staff, anyone? I do have one question. Do you know, I mean, it's so unusual to have a building split by zoning. Do you know which came first, the building or the zoning?
The building was built in 1965 as part of a mobile home park. The park still exists to the west. There used to be, it's in the staff report, but I believe there was 16 mobile homes on the site in the area that is currently zoned as RSMH6. The building was there as part of the mobile home park to provide services to the park. The mobile homes were removed sometime between 1996 and 2003, which we have a gap in aerial footage from those years. So I'm not exactly sure when those were removed, but in any case, since 2003, the sole use has been as a restaurant facility.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, I drive by this, literally every day, at least twice, coming back and forth from here. And, I think this, fits in perfectly with what we're all trying to see redevelopment done on 14th Street, and this, to get some consistency in this zoning be great. I remember when those restaurants were open, actually went to them. And, I think it'd be great to see them get redone, reopened, and help, the redevelopment of that whole 14th Street corridor that we're desperately trying to do along with our partners in the city. So I think it's, it's a smart thing to do at this point to get a consistent zoning on the whole site. So that's my thoughts.
I agree. I was thinking, too, that there's so much, I just drove down there yesterday, last night as well, and, there's a lot going on the 14th Street corridor. There's a lot going on. Finally, we've been trying, and the city's been trying, and there's a lot of things that are finally happening to make this much more attractive corridor. So look forward to seeing the improvements. We've had to do a lot of flood improvements in the area, the Wares Creek improvements. The county and, quite frankly, the federal government has paid a lot for improvements in floodplain and storage, and I'm sure there'll be more. But this zoning makes perfect sense to me. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up to the public. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this application? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. Any closing comments from the applicant? Any rebuttal? Okay. Any comments from staff? Okay. Commissioner Bellamy.
Okay, I probably put the cart before the horse, but I was just excited that the opportunity was coming to get some things done. I'm 14, but I moved to adopt the zoning ordinance Z19-23.
A lot of energy over this way.
Okay, that's good. All right, we have a motion for the recommended motion and a second by Commissioner Servia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Good
Well,
job, Jake.
looks like we don't have to go to you guys time certain. We can go to you now. So next up is item number 10. Would you
Yes.
read that into the record?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 10 is Plan Amendment 1902, Ordinance 1921, Our Lives. This is a large-scale map amendment. It is a legislative hearing. This is the adoption of a privately initiated map amendment to the future land use map of the future land use element. It's to designate specific approximately 40 acres of property from residential 3 dwelling units per acre future land use category to the mixed-use future land use classification. It is located south of 29th Street East, approximately 1,400 feet east of Ellington Gillette Road in Palmetto. I am the planner for the case, so I'm going to leave the dais, and Dorinda Marvin is here representing the applicant.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and go to the applicant. Ms. Marvin.
Good morning. Good morning. For the record, my name is Dorinda Marvin. I am a certified planner practicing with the firm of Grimes-Coble here in Bradenton. I apologize, my voice actually sounds really good today. I've been trying to rest it to get ready for today. But I'm back here this morning. We were here in front of you in October at your land use meeting, and that was our transmittal hearing. And I talked to you at that time about the 5 public hearings we would have to hold in order to develop this property. This is our 3rd of 5 public hearings. At that hearing, and I went back yesterday in order to prepare, I went back to watch. It was, it was a while ago. It seems like it was yesterday, but it was a while ago. Wanted to go back and really remind myself of the comments that not only came from this board, but also from the public. And the message to us from this board in the almost 3 hours of testimony was that the request for 160 acres to mixed use was a substantial change in allowable density. That was the greatest concern of this board. The additional comments that were made by the board, you didn't want to make it difficult for affordable housing. And I told you at that hearing, and you were not aware because it doesn't really come up in the comp plan process, that we had a signed agreement with the REO department. It was unfortunate. No one from the department was at that meeting. I will tell you, when I ran into Jerry Lopez after that board meeting, she said, I'm really counting on these units. These are in my plan. We have to make this happen. Let's do that. So unfortunately, Jerry is at a conference today. I believe Ms. Denise Thomas is here, yes, and can speak to you this morning. One of the other comments from board members was that there were no support uses in the area. We talked at length about the prior plan amendment that had been approved to the east and the 800 jobs that this board is anticipating coming from that area. We were asked to consider a neo-traditional design to allow our internal commercial, because that was one of the aspects that was important to us. And one of the other comments, and I'm going to talk about each of these in more detail, was that internal commercial had not been proven to be successful. And so I want to talk about what that internal commercial means. We also had public comments. Those really centered on drainage concerns and archaeological concerns. It's very difficult at what we call sort of this high level of looking at a comp plan category, and we start talking about engineering and design and construction. It's difficult for the public to understand whether this is the appropriate time for those to be addressed. So we appreciate those comments coming forward. I will share with you, we have a neighborhood meeting tonight, because we do have next Thursday in front of the Planning Commission our rezone and our general development plan. And I had promised the neighbors, when we got to a point where there was real information that we could share. I have a staff report that has stipulations in it. I have a site plan. We're going to sit down and talk about that tonight. Good. So the board members offered us various solutions. You also offered that I could come and sit with you. And I did take advantage of that, sat with each of you, and spent some time with the planning staff. You remember that this was just before Margaret was leaving for her sabbatical, her extended vacation. And so I worked with the staff, and when Margaret came back, we really sort of nailed things down. But what many of you were asking was why? Why the mixed use? I told you I didn't need it for density. We wanted the flexibility to have that internal commercial. We did want the ability for a portion of the site to have potential for industrial or distribution uses. So the original site that was brought to you, outlined in blue, was 160 acres. The amended request before you today is for 40 acres. It is a change, a substantial change in our application. We had to provide completely new analysis to the staff. We've had the time to work through that for all of our utilities, for our transportation, and our allowable density. The request today is for just that northeast quadrant of the property. You know, we're taught in planning school about proper transitions. And one of the reasons I want to talk about why this MU. A year and a half ago, when this board amended the comprehensive plan for the property adjacent to us, and we had a plan that was all but ready for approval. It was ready to be scheduled for hearings, had a staff report. We had to take a step back and say, we're not sure what's going to happen right next door to us. We need to perhaps reevaluate our plan. It was unfortunate that we were not here first, I would say, but we did. We took that step back. And one of the things I want to explain about the MU is that it gives this landowner control within his site to provide that transition. We know now, because that site plan has been approved directly to the east of us, what will be there. It's a 2 million square foot single tenant building.
Right.
That's a substantial use next to our planned single family. So we may not on this mixed use have something of that nature. I don't think you would ever need 2 of those next to it. But we can make decisions on that parcel and we can transition to our project. They might be light industrial. They might be flex buildings if there's a market for that. We needed the MU for that. And so when I look at those transitions and you say, why is it okay to have the MU on this portion? We're surrounded on the south and the west by our own property. We can make those decisions. Directly to the east is that other mixed use. So to the north, where you have residential homes on large lots, there is an 11-acre preservation area, existing trees. I know you don't have the GDP today, you'll see it next month, but that preservation area from the plan that was approved in 2006 until today has always been shown that way. It is about 600 feet coming south from 29th Street East from those single-family homes to where any development would occur. As I said, density seemed to be the question on the mind of the board. That original request for 160 acres, the resulting maximum density would have been almost 2,000 units. You're right, even though I said to you, I'm not bringing you that. As Commissioner Bennett rightfully said, you have to look at the worst case scenario. All you have before you is that comp plan amendment. So that was the request before you that day. The revision of that request, and I want to have some qualifiers here. You know, the numbers that you're looking at right now, under that revised request, that is if you were looking at the entire acreage as residential, by taking that MU and placing on that 40 acres, the maximum resulting density would be 1,080 units. Again, we're not asking for that, but that is the change from October to today in the potential. The comments from the board. You don't want to make it difficult to develop affordable housing. You know, Mr. Gabati wasn't here with us, unfortunately. You remember he was in California presenting to the governor on affordable housing. It is truly his passion, sustainable, affordable housing. The comp plan isn't what makes it difficult. We have the available density. There are some things I'm going to have him discuss with you about the MU portion. Commissioner Whitmore, you were concerned that there are no support uses in the area and nowhere to provide for them. That 40 acres of mixed use will allow us to provide those. We talked about those 800 employees, the need for restaurants, for a doctor's office, for a daycare, for things that are available to them so that we are not taking those 800 employees who have potentially already come in the morning to go out in the midday for something that they need. We're not sending them back down to 301 onto our network. We're keeping them in that area. Commissioner Servia, you asked us to consider neo-traditional design. It is not something we had proposed, I will say in most part, because we have a general development plan. We haven't done a lot of design. It was difficult for me at that hearing to look at the list in our comp plan of what constitutes neo-traditional and make a decision that day of whether or not we could do it. In part because I need to figure out, how do I demonstrate that on a plan? How do you do that at that early level? So we worked very hard with your staff on that. Commissioner Benak, I think you rightfully said internal commercial has not proven to be successful. But what I want this board to understand, and what Mr. Gabati is going to talk to you about, those planned uses that are internal, it's not a large grocery store. It's not something that folks will be coming in for. It's a small coffee shop. It's bringing in a place for food trucks. It's something. So what I want him to talk to you about is the financial aspect of why he believes that can be successful. And there are a lot of creative ways that we can do that. I want to just focus very briefly on those neo-traditional elements. As I said, you will see this general development plan at your next meeting. As I said, there are only certain ones that we would actually be able to demonstrate on a plan. You know, a discernible center of the project. All of our dwellings being within a 5-minute walk. So based on the size of our project, we actually looked at that. The 10-minute walk edge to edge, we calculated that and whether we could do it. Places to work in the form of office building and live-work units. We have provided on our plan for the ability for live-work units. You know, we have an elementary school directly to the south, to Blackbird. The design of our thoroughfare streets. We've added some roads. We didn't have that information on our plan, but we have now added that. And the commercial buildings that would front directly on the sidewalk with parking lots directly behind it. So again, I want to focus for you on the 40 acres. That is the request today for adoption. That is just the northeast quadrant of that property. And I'd like to ask Marsha, I left you 3 minutes. Sorry. I was trying to.
We probably can give
you
a few extra minutes if you need it.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Congratulations, Chairman. Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to do this quickly because my son-in-laws are coming and they're late, so it's great. So I'm not going to be as embarrassed as I would normally be. This is about, we're in a livability crisis, and we've spoken about this before, and I had the opportunity to sit and talk to you about this, and I think that there's some really great people in this room, and they offer such great things to our community, and hearing of even the 14th Street project that you have, fantastic. That's amazing. We have a similar project down the road, and we'll actually probably be having them on the market in the beginning of the third quarter. So we're affordability, livability. The crisis, what happens is if we have places, if the property adjacent to us does deliver 800 jobs, they have somewhere to live. And even if they don't live in our community, the fact is that what drives people to move to new places is affordability. And so that'll create more workforce people living here, which gives more jobs, which create more taxes. And we've really worked so hard on the ability to create an affordable community, and I'm not a planner, so I'm going to go with some of my words, which modern urbanism, meaning that you can leave your apartment, you can walk downstairs, you can grab a cup of coffee, you can get something to eat, you don't have to leave. This property is so large that we're going to have its own community. And without any solicitation, IKEA has a think tank called Space 10 out of Denmark. And we are the only company in North America that's part of their think tank for modern urbanism. Because what they're doing is like the perfect solution. Because homes don't have to be huge. They have to be affordable. And there's nothing wrong. We can say the big homes, but if you can afford to live in something and you can take home more pay, you're happier because there's less stress. And so we've somehow been able to, we've somehow been able to combine the sustainable component, which is as big as part for us as anything, sustainable and affordable in the same component. And being able to bring those two together in a community where you're really proud. Like this is not like you're going to be living somewhere. Like we really believe that people will be moving there because it's the great place to live. It's a fantastic location. We've in our numbers, even from Commissioner Trace from the traffic issues, that we're even way under from what we we've been told we'd be allowed to, not that it would ever get there, but as Dorinda talked about it, we're very focused on keeping people in the community, not going out. So when we talk about commercial, which by the way, on our pro forma, we have $0 revenue for commercial, not $1, because it's really going to be about getting people start in business, getting a small store, creating a community.
How much more time would you like?
2, I'll be happy.
Okay, we'll give you 3 more minutes.
Okay, 3, did you say?
Yeah.
3.
Oh, thank you. So the vision is something different. It's not. It's so new for this is our home. Dorinda mentioned California, but I'm a fish out of water there, literally, because this is what I keep talking about Florida. And what's so great about us is we have the space. We have in other states to do these kind of numbers, we would have to have it have to be done on 7 acres. The 120 acre that we have. It's spread out. It'll be fantastic. There's meeting areas. There's going to be, like, on the side of buildings, there'll be movies being projected. There'll be open fire pits. There's going to be, when we talk about commercial, it'll be integrated commercial. It's not revenue generating commercial from the perspective of the project, but people that live there will want to be living there because it's great. You don't have to go anywhere. And if those jobs happen to come next door and 2 million square feet of light industrial or whatever that's going to be, how fantastic is that? Then there's even less traffic. Essentially, if we can somehow have them come directly onto our property, then they can walk to work. They can take scooters to work, bikes everywhere. So what we're talking about now is the future, and we're talking about affordability, and we're talking about delivering it. And everything, and I really, when I say something to you, believe me, I have to live up to it, because that's what we do. I don't know anything else. There's a few people in this room who are actually teachers of mine, and you just don't hide behind the cornflakes when you see somebody in the store. And I'm here, and you know what? There are issues all the time. I'm a little bit, sometimes we could have had 300 units up by now, but I was a little bit blindsided by what happened. But now here we are, and it's actually, I would say, it's improved because we figured out from the time that we started, we've actually performed the first net zero home in the world. I think I've sent you the video, but I was there when he said the world. I went, wow, really? And I couldn't get my phone out fast enough. The world. It was like Austin Powers, the world. So we have it right here,
Cornflakes.
Yeah, and the cornflakes too, by the way. So my request is just let's really get more people to our community so they can work here, they can live in a comfortable environment. It's a great place. And that you will really be, I can't talk about what they're going to look like, but they're going to be really great. Nothing would even for 1 second insinuate that these are in any way workforce housing, which, by the way, is a good thing because we want people to come here to work. And even if they'll move from another city and they come here, if they make less money here, but their cost of living is less, their delta, which they keep, is more, and they're happier. So give us this chance. We won't let you down. We're very serious about this. Everything we do is verified. And I'm really excited about it because I think it's the beginning of solving the livability crisis. And we can do something here today that people talk about but never gets done.
Very
Right.
good.
Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead now and go with applicant or board questions to the applicant. We've got a few. Commissioner Trace.
I just want to say thank you for listening to us. Came back with I think a reasonable plan. There will still be issues when you give us the site plan. There's some big drainage issues, the Northwest. Still huge traffic issues. I know you're trying to work with them, but with the 29th, it's not a good road, and Ellington Glut is not. And I know we're talking, we have a big, I would suggest y'all might even be there when we have that transportation meeting in March, I think, workshop, because I know there's some issues on Ellington Glut that will probably come up on that one. But I just wanted to tell you thank you for listening to us and working so hard on it.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Can I ask Marshall to come up to the dais? Is that all right?
You can ask applicants
Okay.
questions.
I can. First of all, I forgot to. I did have an ex parte. I called the applicant's attorney after the last meeting.
It's okay. It's not ex parte. It's not quasi judicial.
Oh, that's right.
It's legislative.
But I did call to apologize because he had traveled from Boston, went back, came back 2 days later, and then we delayed the meeting. So I let Dorinda know that I apologize for that. But I wanted, when we were talking about the comp plan stuff, you had brought up, you were at a national conference, and Obama gave a presentation, and others about low carbon footprint development, affordable housing, and all that. And they had asked you to come, and so you said, I don't know if I'll be there at the beginning when, but I'll come later. And then you told me that you came and sat in the front, and I would like you to tell the board, I think it's cool. I mean, we've got a developer that I've watched you at Hunters Point, I've watched you at Mirabella do things that nobody's doing around here. And I think you should be recognized because you're working with us and you're doing things that the public wants, our citizens want. So I would like you I'm asking a question, if you could please just say what happened at the end of that, or at that meeting.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you. All right, now, okay. All right. Well, the USGBC, which is LEED, which we're very proud of, and this is my LEED button here that has an M on it for Mirabella, and the people at McDonald's think I'm a silver manager. So when I grab my Egg McMuffins when I'm going home at night, and they say, "You won the award?" I said, "What are you talking about?" Oh, yeah, I did the Silver Managers Award.
I know, yes.
It really happened. So the chairman, the president of the USGBC, who he's been here a few times when we went our 100th LEED Platinum home, he came down and he was, I don't think he really goes through home construction. And he sees on our plans that we actually have all the requirements for the sustainability on our construction plans. And he said he's never seen that before. And we got to know him a little bit, and then I did not make the keynote speak for President Obama, and then I waited until the president of the USGBC, Mahesh, came on, and I kind of snuck my way into my seat, and I sat there. And the old days, people stand on one of these, but the new thing is you walk around with a mic, so he didn't even see that I was there, so kind of was like trying to get his attention. There's 4,000 people in the room. Some really great words like really amazing words for interpreting sustainability, because it's a socioeconomic issue now. It's not only about saving energy. It's about taking care of people, and everybody should be able to live in a healthy environment. And so I put my phone down and I'm listening to him because he's a brilliant guy. And the first thing he talks about is 2 million square foot new building they just built in Chicago, and how many people are working there, and how great it's working, and how fantastic. And then he says, and he really did not do a great job with Palmetto, by the way. He really killed Palmetto. However, he said it did not work. In Palmetto, Florida, the very first net zero home in the world, and videos of the home are up on the monster screens, and I'm like, I couldn't grab my phone fast enough. And Marshall, he mentioned my name, and he mentioned my head of solar energy, and it was something that only 3 projects for his entire. One was in India, one was in Chicago, and it was us. And when we do what we do, we're always trying to do something that hasn't been done before. And so I was actually pretty blown away. And I still have that video, and I happen to have sent it because I think it's pretty cool. It's a little embarrassing, but it is that level of the guys that really decide what sustainability is, give us that credit. And so we're taking that now, and we're going to put that through for all of our projects. And there's no, one time, one quick second, so our director of sustainability left the Research and Design Center, and somebody came in from Florida Solar Energy Center and suggested, hey, you know what, why don't you use gas here for some of the appliances? I went, great, fantastic. Called the salesman from GE, let's switch the appliances. And my director of the solar guru came in and he goes, can't do that. Why? He said, that's not net zero. Yeah. That's cheating. So what's really great about this is it's right here, and then I have a huge connection to this community and the people. And, the best part was I had no idea a lot of people in this room knew I didn't really know what I was doing when I started. That's a good thing, though. I think it's a good thing because now we're all about the discipline and about not being embarrassed in the grocery store behind the Cheerios or the cornflakes. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, Marshall, thank you. I think great people stand out from the others because of their vision. And I am so impressed with everything that you're doing. Thank you for talking about the future. I think that that is our biggest job up here. Sometimes we get in the weeds and we talk about today and next week, but we need to talk about 20, 30, 50 years from now. And you're doing that. I recently had the opportunity to tour a Pearl home. Marshall couldn't be there, but he invited me. And I was blown away. I mean, I had heard about it, I'd read about it, but to see it and understand it was amazing. And I went home and I told my son, I showed him the pictures, and I'm like, you know what, this is going to be commonplace in your lifetime. And your kids will all live in places like this. So I'm really, really excited about what you're about to bring to this area. And I thank you guys for reducing the size of it, because you've got to understand that we always do look at the worst case scenario. And we've got to do that. And our attorney will tell us, look, Marshall could take a hike tomorrow, could flip this property, and somebody else could be in there. And I know that that's reality. But you know what? I believe you're not going to. I have the faith you're not going to. And then one more thing I want to add is that yesterday a couple of us, well, the last 2 days, a few of us have been at a resiliency workshop hosted by the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. And one of the things that we heard is that when we have these big storm events, which are becoming more frequent and more harsh, that the biggest thing we're losing are affordable housing units.
Yes.
Because of the age of the units, because of the construction. So we're losing those. But the units that you're building can withstand a Cat 5 storm.
Yes, the steel construction.
That's just another amazing aspect. So I don't want to give you too big of a head, but I'm really happy you're here.
Too.
Thank you.
I'm not good at this, but thank you very much. And I had to, my mom's, no one prepares you when your parents get old, right? So I moved them to Boston. That didn't work out well. So now so I got a call. I had to fly out. But I didn't want to tell you, hey, I really wanted you to see the home. So I flew in this morning, 5:30, so I could be here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, and I just want to say, because I know I had a lot of questions, I still have a few. A lot of questions the last time because I'm a zoner. I can't help it. It's how I was brought up in my professional career to always look at zoning and comp plan issues. But, certainly I appreciate your willingness to address all of the questions. I think Dorinda's did a great job on that.
Yes, thank you.
I've got just a couple more, and I'm totally excited about this. Yes, I was at the Resiliency Sustainability Conference. I learned a whole lot. I also learned that based on some rating factors, that Manatee County is identified as one of the most at-risk communities. It is the number one
Really?
at-risk community in the country
Really?
by a company that is owned by Moody's.
Really?
So that opened my eyes a little bit to maybe the need, and I know I'm getting a lot of pushback from people saying that there's a lot of junk science here. I don't care if half of it is junk science. If that's what Moody's is assessing us at, we need to take this seriously, folks. This is not a political issue.
No.
This is a real issue. We need to consider that as we talk about land use issues. And as I said, I'm a planner. I can't help it. But I did have a couple questions about, because I was very concerned, because our mixed use category is the most intensive. And I know that you're always going to have a line. You're always going to have a line where the mixed use ends. You always have a line where the future urban development ends.
Right.
People on the outside of the line may not like that, but that's what's set up to accommodate growth, okay? And I was told that was the primary reason that you wanted to control your destiny. I do have a question. Have you talked with your neighbor, because you don't have access to a road that is, in my opinion, able to accommodate the most intensive mixed-use development? Have you talked with your neighbor? It seems to make a lot of sense. If you're looking at providing housing for what they hope to develop, we know they haven't developed it. We know we don't have any site plans for this level of construction that they proposed. That's the way long-range plans go. It may take a while for them to actually provide that many jobs. They're not there yet. But have you talked with them about having that access so we don't impact this very deficient roadway?
I'm really bad at the politics stuff, so hang on one second.
Yeah,
Oh.
let me explain it.
It was politics. But
So,
go on.
Commissioner Benak, what I want to remind you is that our property line does not touch the property line of the industrial. There is a 20-foot strip. So any access we attempted to secure would have to be through Mr. Wood. And until we were further into this process, we have not engaged Mr. Wood. He was not, as I recall, engaged in the process of the prior application. He has not come forward. Maybe he'll come to the meeting tonight. But we've not engaged him yet, but that is definitely something we intend to do.
So as of today, and I've not seen your plan, so I imagine it's somewhere I could probably look at it. It's out in the public. Is your intent to provide all of your access internal to this site? Because you've talked about the mixed use and how it needs to be integrated with the rest of the development. And your intent for having mixed use is to have that control.
Right.
You don't need it for density. You don't necessarily need it for commercial, is what I've been told by staff. But you want to have it to be able to have control over your destiny, is what I've been told.
Correct.
I struggle with that a little, so I want to know what your position is on, and what that means as far as internally and having control.
And so, Commissioner Benak, what our plan shows, if I'm allowed to discuss that, I'm looking at Ms. Schenk for direction. What our plan shows is that the intended primary access for that parcel would be to 49th, which is the thoroughfare roadway. And that if we are unable to secure access, we would then have access to 29th. I think that what that means is we're somewhat dependent on that road. And I will say, I think the development of that portion of the property is really dependent on the construction of that thoroughfare. So whether we take access, in a perpendicular sense across Mr. Wood, or we take access on 29th with a direct access to 49th, will remain to be seen. We do have not roadways internally that go to that industrial. We need to have a connection for employees and residents, but we did not want to encourage that vehicular travel of that parcel to be through this development. So that's been very carefully designed.
And when so you haven't had a meeting with neighbors before now? You have not had an opportunity to meet
We
with
have
neighbors?
not, Commissioner. I felt like when we were at the stage of comp plan, there's not a lot to be able to explain or show. I had promised every time I spoke to someone that when we were ready to go to a public hearing with that plan, we would do that. So we are doing that this evening because the Planning Commission is next Thursday.
Okay. Well, I'm excited about opportunities for new housing. Net zero sounds great. There's so many things that we do need to be doing, so I'm trying to have a little faith here, but it's hard for me to set aside my concerns about intensity, density, given the mixed use. So that's kind of where I'm at. So thank you. All right. At this time, we're going to go ahead and go to staff presentation.
Good morning, Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services. I don't really know what to say. I think that it was all pretty thoroughly covered. Staff does recommend approval. We do think the 40 acres of the mixed use is a better fit based on what is out there, and then the control that they can have over their development. So if you have any particular questions, we do find it consistent with the comprehensive plan. So, and we do appreciate them working with us to arrive at this compromise from the 160 acres to the 40 acres.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you. Marshall, if you don't mind coming back, actually, I guess anybody could probably answer it for me. Just out of curiosity, just a couple of things. I really thank you for coming back with the 40 acres and explaining a lot of what you have. It's very helpful to me. But on the other acreage, do you see you coming back to do kind of the same thing with that over time, or?
On the 40 acres or on the 120?
No, not the 40, the 120.
Okay, so the general development plan that you'll
Yeah,
see next
I
month
know. I wish
is for
I'd
the
seen it. Sorry.
entire 160 acres.
Right.
It is for the residential development with that internal on the 120.
Okay.
And on the 40 acres, really what it shows is access points and potential land
Okay.
uses. So-
Okay. All right. I understand. It is very nice when we have an applicant that comes forward with a professional staff that is willing to work with this board, because, you know, we do it. It's like someone mentioned a few minutes ago, you know, we do try to look further out than, you know, today or tomorrow. I mean, we do have to look at 20 or 30 years. And part of that reason, and I've heard a couple of the commissioners up here now talking about resiliency, you know, the reason we need to look 20, 30 years out is because things are changing. You know, we are seeing a lot of growth and population growth, and we're having to work through all that. And the main problem, you know, with that, of course, is roads. So, but you know, Category 5 hurricane, huh? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing is just, I cannot applaud what you've done enough, truly. It's amazing to me that it's right under our nose, and it's something that we can certainly look at, and something that, you know, I can tell you, I mean, I think we need to look at the comprehensive plan and change around what we allow and what we don't allow a little bit, just so that we can look at these things and bring them into Manatee County and be more productive with it. You know, because of what we do see happening, you know, with the growth and the climate. You know, I'm going to tell you, and you tickled me. You said, I'm not good at politics. Well, I'm not either. So there you go. And I don't want to be. Because I think when you strive and think about nothing but politics, you forget why you're up here. And I think the human side is very important. And I don't mean to say that anybody's doing that, but I'm just saying overall as a politician, you know. But, you know, we are seeing the Manatee River. We are seeing issues because of that. And it is rising, and it's rising because we are getting more and more rain, and we are seeing a lot of growth right now. So we've got to figure out how to handle it, because we're not going to stop development. That's not going to happen. So we have to make sure, and part of our job up here is to make sure that we make whatever changes we need to make to improve and keep going and move forward. You know, most of us up here are not born and raised, except for maybe this one and that one over there. Oh, no, you too. 3 of them. 3 out of the 7. That's pretty good. You know, most of us, though, are not native to Florida. I know you are, Dorinda. Most of us aren't, though. I think it's getting overwhelming up here, though. But, you know, it's nice that you come forward and you do have other ideas, and you're putting them to good use. And that is truly your passion. That is your mission. So, you know, I think it's a good thing. I think that I'm really happy with what I've seen. And I just really wanted to say thank you and ask about the other acreage. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, again, thank you, Marshall and group. You know, God knows I'm not a planner. Maybe thank God I'm not.
I don't think I want
to be. But, you know, from a business standpoint, you know, anything, you know, if we potentially are going to have 800 employees in that site right adjacent to yours, anything we can do to keep them from congesting the balance of those roads, I think is a good thing. You know, so you can keep them all in their own little world, if you will. And even though we have concerns with the traffic on, was it 29th there, and obviously the mess going down towards Ellington, Gillette and things, but, you know, this seems like such a logical solution to kind of provide the services for those 800 employees, because if we can get them off the roads, it's not as big a problem type of thing. So, you know, I just want to thank you for, you know, all that you've done and gone back to redevelop and redesign this thing, and, you know, you know, I just hope that it comes to fruition, you know, sooner, not later type of thing. So I just wanted to, again, thank you, Marshall and Darnley.
Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I just wanted to under public comment, I'm sure Felicia and Dr. Silpa are going to get up and speak. And if you've seen their communication, they're very reasonable, logical citizens that I'm hoping that they come tonight to listen to whatever the site plan is. So I hope you work closely with them. They've been the most vocal. They've sat here through hours and hours and hours of meetings. So, and one thing I give them credit for, they haven't been rude or disrespectful to anybody. And you get more done that way. So I want to, hopefully they'll attend tonight, and I'm sure if Dr. Silpa's here now, he's probably going to go tonight. A time frame on the other part, like next year? I mean, are you looking within the year to come to the Planning Commission and then us, Dorinda, for whatever you're bringing in the future? Yeah, that's Planning Commission, but us.
Commissioner, just briefly, Commissioner Whitmore, one of the things I'm going to be able to show tonight are the draft stipulations that your staff has placed on the general development on the 160 acres. And I'll be able to show them those that address the archaeological concerns. Okay? And what I will be bringing to you at your February meeting is the entirety of the 160 acres. February. We'll be back next month. It's all of the land.
Thank you.
And I have seen Dr. Silpa and Ms. Silpa here before, and so I've we've emailed, and I tried to talk. I thought we'd be a little later today, so we'd go outside, and we couldn't share with you exactly what we are going to do because we have to talk about this, but I was planning on discussing with them, and I think they'll be greatly relieved when they hear.
And trust me, you want to be the good side of Dr. Silpa, especially if you end up going to the ER at Blake.
Okay.
So, that's where he works.
There's no doctor in front of his name, so I have to really do a little bit of research.
He's an ER doctor many years.
Can I tell you a very brief story, Commissioner Whitmore?
You saw him right after?
About 3 years ago, right at this time, it was a very bad time of my life.
Yeah.
I went to the emergency room having some heart episodes and some blood preparations, and Dr. Silpa probably won't remember, but he took care of me and stayed with me through the night in the ER and admitted me. So.
You're making us.
Okay. Commissioner Trace.
Yes, after public comment, I'll be ready to make a motion.
And I just wanted to ask on the historical questions about this site. And I am familiar with this site. I did work on this site previously for the previous owner. So I do know this site a little bit, and I do know some of the historical concerns. And it is something that we can address at the comp plan level. So I would like to ask you, are you addressing historical concerns as they've been raised through the comp plan process?
Madam Chairman, as I said, there are conditions that are drafted, stipulations about the property that are in the GDP. I don't think I can share that language with you today.
That's not right.
But it has been drafted by your staff, and it was in response not only to the public comments, but the comments we received from the State Historic Preservation Office.
Okay, and so I guess what I'm trying to get on the record for the comp plan amendment, that you have acknowledged the historical issues that have been addressed through this process through DHR, and that in fact you agree to address them based on what the state has said, because it's important in our comprehensive planning process that we do take historical the historical significance of the site into account when we approve it.
Yeah, that's correct, and it's the appropriate time to place that condition on the zoning approval on the GDP, and that is where it has been placed.
Okay. Thank you. And staff, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to say that, staff has listened and we paid attention, and so we made sure that they will address it at the appropriate time.
Okay. Yeah. It's just interesting, the historical significance of this site relative to Gamble Mansion. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I've got to say this. You know what? We all look for solutions. When we have land use, we're all trying to come up with the best solutions to the issues that are at hand. And so I really think we need to look, this is really what I'm about to say is really toward the county attorney's office. We need to look at our rules and regulations because it really hinders the applicant. It hinders this board even more in being able to make intelligent decisions. And we talk about this, it comes up so often anymore when we're in meetings. If we're just given the information so that we know what's going on. It would help us a great deal, and probably the applicant would love it because we might even be able to work a little faster at things that are issues that might be an issue for us today, but down the road it could be something we wouldn't even have to worry about, but we don't really know because we can't be told. So maybe that's something in the future that we could have a workshop on or talk about or something, because we need to expedite, not slow down. And this board cannot be expected to make intelligent decisions on land use, as important as it is, without being able to have all the facts. And I really think with what we're looking at today, talking about, I'm not going to use the word climate control, but I will use the word resiliency, because resiliency means to be able to recover quickly from whatever, like a Hurricane 5 or a hurricane period, tropical storm. How quick can we recoup? That is what resiliency is. So, we need to be able to have all the information at hand from day one when it comes before us. And this board has mentioned that time and time again. So I'm getting off the soapbox, sorry, but I do think that is something that we need to look at, because this board information should not be withheld from this board. Not this board.
I did want to point out, consistent with your prior comments, there is in your electronic agenda the review from Florida Department of State dated November 8th, 2019, detailing the archaeological issues. We just can't legally stipulate anything archaeological issues at this level. So the applicant is put on notice of the Gamble, archaeological issues, and they've stated their intent to address them. I just want that on the record.
Right, and that's what I was getting at. Just hearing the applicant say they've acknowledged that they're in fact addressing them. And what Commissioner Baugh is talking about.
Yeah, that's not what I'm meaning at all,
what
Sarah.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Baugh is talking about is the frustration of having the separate process of a comp plan amendment,
exactly,
and then a rezone and the site plan. When a lot of these answers to this issue, and I get why we do that because of the way that the law says, but other communities do it together. It's not prohibited. And we need to probably talk about the pros and cons of that, how we could do that, because it is frustrating.
It is frustrating.
I get it because I'm a planner, but I know, having been in this situation, that it is frustrating to have a site plan. So why a site plan can't go at the same time as a comp plan amendment, and then there be a condition that it not be valid until the comp plan amendment is finalized. And other places do it that way.
Madam Chair, and if I can, when you finish, I'd like to add something to what you said.
I just want to say that's probably a discussion for another time, but I get that's what you're saying.
So that's what I'm saying. We need to have a workshop.
That there was no legal impediment to the applicant doing both at the same time. They've been processed at the same time.
Madam Chair.
They were not but the applicant chooses the size of the comp plan acreage. When they go over 10 acres, they have to go through this large-scale amendment process.
See why we don't bring things up?
So it's not a local process. Well, it requires a longer.
Let me say there may be a difference of opinion of interpreting that state law. It has changed, and we're going to hold off on discussing that, but I get totally what Commissioner Baugh is saying. I think we all feel that frustration, and just trying to make sure that we get as much information as we can to make a decision.
And if I may finish with my comment on that, I realize there are state laws that we have to abide by, but that also means that if we could have an intelligent discussion and workshop on this issue, then, perhaps we could make it at least so it's a little bit smoother, not just for the applicant, but for the county commission. And if it takes going to Tallahassee to try and do that, that's what we're supposed to do. So just food for thought, not trying to start a war, but, it doesn't have to be so difficult. The board needs to be able to work better with the applicant and have more information so we can truly make intelligent decisions from the get-go. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, at this time, I don't Commissioner Whitmore.
I'm sorry, I forgot. At the beginning, I was supposed to enter into the record. Attached to the agenda was the wrong affidavit of publication.
Okay.
It was published correctly. We just included the wrong one in the e-agenda.
Okay, thank you.
And I was going to bring up, I hear from more citizens that don't want us to speed up the process any faster than I do that want us to get things more efficient. I think they think it's more efficient enough. But if we do have this work session, I would like to see what the other counties are doing or whoever, what they're doing and what their process is, because legally they had a different opinion than we do. But I never hear that we need to speed up the process. In fact, we all have scars on our back, entirely the opposite. So, but anyway, I would be interested to see what other counties are doing, because that's the first time I'd heard that. Because we've always done it like this. So if there's other counties that are doing it different and it seems to work, we can definitely look at it and have a work session.
And that's called politics.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
I'm going to go ahead
You're a
and,
politician.
the fact of the matter is what we're talking about is this land application had to go through a comprehensive plan application, and then they have to go through a rezone application.
Right.
What I was talking about is that it can be done concurrently. We've actually done it concurrently in situations in the past, but there are, steps that you have to make sure that you're following.
Right.
In fact, sometimes these things go like this. Sometimes we do it that way, and sometimes we don't. But I wouldn't call it politics. I wouldn't call it moving something forward too fast. It is process.
Right.
What we're talking about is process. We all know we have to jump through these hoops. There's many hoops we have to jump through. Let's help these folks jump through these hoops. Let's keep it moving. Commissioner Baugh.
Well, I just wanted to add that, when something finally comes forward to us, 98% of the time, staff is recommending approval. It's the process they go through ahead of time, and the things that they don't generally approve, most of the time doesn't even come before this board. At least that's been what I've witnessed and seen. So it just seems to me that from that angle, that prospect, that if something is basically going to come to us with the approval of staff, then let's not, it's not a matter of speeding things along because of the public. Trust me, I have more growth in my district than most of us, except for Priscilla. We're the two that get hit the hardest with growth. But at the same time, it has to be fair to all parties. And I think sometimes that we tend to forget that. And I think if it was a little bit more open, the process was, the public might even be able to get a better understanding of what's going on and what is looking to happen and have more input. And it would be better for everybody involved to be able to all work closer in the process. At least that's my point. Thank you.
Mr. Servia.
Yeah, and not to belabor the point, but since everyone is chiming in, I'll tell you that I think that in the name of transparency, it's just a better way to do business if we can do it, if we can have them both on the same agenda, one after the other. And we did it that way many, many years ago. It worked fine. I know there's legal reasons and things to consider, but yeah, I would like to see that.
Yeah, if we can.
Okay, all right, since now we've talked about the public, let's hear from the public. I'm going to open this up for public comment on this application, PA 1902, this Our Lives Parish Land Investment Plan Amendment. If there's anyone who'd like to come forward, please state your name for the record. You don't have to be sworn because it's legislative application. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I forgot about that. I will go to that next.
It's
Go
been
ahead.
a while.
Do you want me to step away?
Yeah, go ahead.
Renew
You're
yourself.
signed up.
Okay, I'm Felicia Silva, and I have been sworn, even though they said I didn't have to. And much of what they have been speaking about seems to be addressing what my concerns are, which are, as an archaeologist and a homeowner, the E-Lakes, as I told you in the letter, was a wetland. Gamble capitalized on it, and that you can literally see how that canal starts winding down. It's county protected, and the one thing was Thomas Gerstenberger. Okay, he did agree with me. That was the creek that goes down to the Manatee River. This is a major historical event on Gamble's uncle's property. Jeff Motes, who is now regional director for Florida Public Archaeology Network, he excavated a flat plantation boat. Now that was actually big time in Virginia and then disappeared from use, and now they suddenly found it in Florida, which lo and behold, the Gambos were Virginians. So my big thing is trying to preserve the historical and then protect us from being flooded. That needs to be done. I want an archaeologist that does the work that's concerned about bringing forward the information from the enslaved people. I don't know if you know, but on sugarcane plantations in the Caribbean, the lifespan was 4 years. The labor was intensive. And putting in these 16 miles of canals, if you live or have seen the soil, it is usually 2 huge areas of clay, if not limestone. And these slaves were making these canals in the summer. Envision digging with a hoe. And I have people look at it that way. I would like people, if you have questions about the history, as a public archaeologist, my thesis was written so the public could read it, and it's done through USF. Please pull it down. You know, it's available to the public. And I guess it goes back to the final part in, you know, I don't want to hinder this development, but I don't want the enslaved people to be wiped out. I have fought since 2002 to bring forward the enslaved people's voice. Please help me. And I certainly, it would not be our ownership of the artifacts or the archaeologists. It is the landholders. And a nice thing would be to allow the mansion to display any artifacts and to have any kind of educational programs in which I'd willingly be a part of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll hear from Mr. Silpa, if you'd like to. Dr. Silpa, excuse me.
He doesn't like
Carol.
to brag.
Carol made it clear, and I made my mistake.
They
Dr.
work
Silpa.
hard for, well, that's, he doesn't like to advertise probably.
I'm Daniel Silpa, and
See?
I had a whole mess of comments, and pretty much they were all taken care of already. And where do I put the money in? I mean, I'm ready to sign up.
Wow.
But actually, I thank you for commenting on my medical practice. I try to treat patients like they're my trusted and loved relatives, mother-in-law's accepted. But the other thing I do, as Commissioner Servia said, is I have to look at every patient, worst possible scenario.
Mm-hmm.
That's my job.
Mhm.
Anything less than that is inadequate.
Mm-hmm.
Worst possible scenario, mixed use. Come on, anything can go. Circumstances change, funding can evaporate, developers can change, demand for development can change. I think that the public would like some sort of assurance that with mixed use change on the zoning, we're not going to wake up to a machine shop or something crazy that has no correlation to a wonderful, fabulous, planned residential community, including affordable housing, which we desperately need. I think that's probably the major point I have. You've all mentioned that last month about mixed use and how restrictive it kind of binds your hands to not being able to agree with what's actually going to show up. That, I don't know how you can, but that would be a wonderful thing to do. The flooding, though, that is an issue. I'm afraid that when the development is done in the entire 160 acres, there will be issues of flooding both to the north, including our property, but also to the south. Government entities such as Blackburn Elementary School, Gamble Mansion, and I readily admit I am a Scrooge, I am a miser, and I'm a taxpayer. I really don't want to have to pay out unnecessary funding to fix repairs there and to do flood mitigation. That's not the developer's job, that's our county job. And since we're brought up that point, you have all touched upon the Elton-Gillette corridor. As you all realize, with all the housing projects going up along it, it's an inadequate road. This is going to contribute to that. Funding's going to need to be done. I know nobody likes to talk about infrastructure. And again, Scrooge, taxpayer, we just still have to fund it. And then finally, I think you're going to find this kind of cool, but yesterday while driving home right around dusk down 29th Street, I'm looking out and this feline, huge creature runs across in front of my truck. Looks like the size of a German Shepherd. It's either a huge bobcat or maybe even a small Florida panther. I don't quite know. It's kind of cool. But they pointed out that there's going to be some land preservation. This critter went right into the subject property. So even though there's right now mostly cows on the property, there are other creatures we have to think about. Your job today is to weigh the pros and the cons. I do not envy you, but I congratulate you on coming to a great satisfaction that everybody will be happy. Thanks.
Thank you. Glenn Gibolino.
Hello again. For the record, Glenn Gibolina, taxpayer, voter, resident, owner. So, Marshall is the E.F. Hutton of affordable housing. When that man walks in, you should be rolling out the red carpet. There is not another visionary in this county that thinks like him, other than me, and I don't have the deep pockets he has. So, I would endorse this project 110%. Hands down. And let me tell you how I judge character. I'm on the Affordable Housing Board in the city of Bradenton. And Marshall came to the city and said, look, I want to put in some apartments. He could have easily made them market rate. Went back to his investors and said, you know what? We can get $1,500 for an efficiency. It's within walking distance downtown. It's a great possibility. Did he do that? No, his moral compass is exactly what he said today, affordable housing. So he went back to the city with the recommendation from our board that said, look, he's going to keep it at HUD standards, not market rate like every other developer in this county does. We are short about 50,000 affordable housing units. And not only that, they wanted to go in there and put storage units in there. You know, how crazy is that? And the city had the vision to say, we don't want the storage units, we want affordable housing. So not only he could have went with market rate, he didn't. So his community is very well thought out. It is really close to an intentional community or co-housing development. Like you said, there's going to be fire pits. I guarantee you, those folks that live in that community will know everybody on the block. That's an intentional community. That's co-housing. That's what we need. Versus the walled community, I guarantee you, I can go in any one of the walled communities, knock on a door and say, hey, you know your neighbor next door? Nope. Been there 20 years, got my pool in the back. I know he drives a Lexus. That's about it. That's what walled communities are. Mr. Marshall has a vision of co-housing and intentional community. And that's more what we need. And as far as the mixed use, damn right we need it. You know, you need babysitting, you need daycare. Yeah. These people that are going to buy there, they're all about sustainability. So this traffic thing, I guarantee you, they're going to probably be carpooling or riding electric bicycles where they need to go. This project is a home run. You should be bending over backwards to fast track this project forward as fast as you can. We sorely need it in our community, and I hope some of the other developers look at this and try to duplicate his efforts. And I applaud you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else who'd like to address the board on this plan amendment application? All right. Seeing no one coming forward, I'm going to close public comment. We'll go ahead and go to Commissioner Servia has a question.
Oh, thank you. Just a few comments. First of all, Glenn, thank you for being here, and thank you for your comments. I really appreciate them. Mr. and Mrs. Silpa, thank you for hanging in there throughout this. And I am someone that history and archaeology is very important to me. So I read through your comments, and I am confident that those things are going to be addressed, just not at this stage. But I do appreciate you bringing them up right now. And Dr. Silpa, as you said, you don't want a machine shop next door to you, and I understand that. And you're not going to get that. But if we had the GDP on the same agenda as the comp plan amendment, it would be clearer and easier to understand that. So those are my comments. I'm excited about this project, and I'm looking forward to the next one, Marshall. Thank you.
Commissioner Trace.
I'm going to make a motion to move this forward in a second, but with y'all realizing that we have a lot of work to do in the drainage, that northwest part of your property is extremely wet. The water goes down there through Blackburn and Gamble Mansion. The traffic is a serious problem, which we will also have to address ourselves. And we need to make sure this, that's a piece of land that there was sugarcane farming, which means it poorly drained. That's why they put the sugar cane there. So there's a lot of archaeological with the Gamble Mansion. That was a huge plantation in its time. So we need to make sure we do address that. So I am going to move that we move along, take the next step. So I'm going to ask for the motion to recommend a motion.
Second.
All right, we have the recommended motion and second. I'll just comment that Dr. Silpa, you did a really good job of summarizing my concerns. That this, in fact, is a comp plan amendment. We don't know what exactly is going to happen. We don't have control over it. We do have a deficient roadway, and we do have the highest, most intensive land use being proposed here, which is mixed use. And I'm being asked to go out on a leap of faith because I can't see the GDP. I can't talk about it. I can look at it, but I can't count on it because that has to be in a quasi-judicial hearing and it has to be presented as part of a quasi-judicial hearing and not outside of this board. Quasi-judicial meaning we sit like a judge, so we can only see things and discuss them during a public hearing. So that is the quandary that I sit in. I think you're an incredible developer. I think you're got the best of intentions. I have no question that that's what you hope to be able to make this work with the property next door. So I'm going to be thinking before I vote. I still haven't made up my mind.
Yet, I
so
can
I have
tell.
not made up my mind.
Whoa, that's down the line.
All right. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and see if staff has any closing comments. Does applicant have anything else they'd like to add? All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye with a leap of faith that you will do the right thing and that we will see the right thing on the general development plan. So there you go. Thank you for being here. All right. Next item up.
Give me a second. I have to get back up there.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll wait for Margaret. And I also do that because I do have a lot of faith in staff. I talk to staff about this and what their opinion is on this, but it's a leap of faith.
Thank you. Go to the meeting tonight. Don't be late. First row.
Oh.
Nope, can't go now, Felicia.
Be a beautiful day.
This is more
for that.
important.
Thank you. And believe us, at historical significance, it's one of the things about Manatee County that makes it special is we do have such a unique history, and we do honor it, and we make sure that we incorporate history into our developments. Any smart developer would know that that's what sells. That's what people want. They want a historic. They want a connection to their community. So I'm pretty sure you got a smart developer, so I've got faith, and he's going to do that. Thank you. All right, next up is item number 11, which is IA Manatee. Staff, if you'd read that into the record.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 11 is PDMU 1907 ZGIA Manatee. It is a quasi-judicial hearing. A rezone of approximately 1,129.19 acres from agriculture North Central Overlay District to planned development mixed-use zoning district, retaining the North Central Overlay. It is generally located at the southwest corner of Buckeye Road in US 301 in Parrish. It's also approving a general development plan, which is a large project for 2,400 residential units, single-family detached, single-family semi-detached, and single-family attached, and 300,000 square feet of commercial space. It's also approving a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses as voluntarily proffered by the applicant. Rosina Leiter is the planner for this case, and the applicant also has representatives here for presentation.
Okay. Any ex parte, since This last came before us. Anybody have any ex parte to report? All right. Seeing no ex parte, we'll go ahead and go.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just thought of something. I did have someone say something to me about it when I was walking in, but there was no communication between us. I walked away.
Okay. Go to the applicant presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caleb Grimes, and I have been sworn. Just to remind you a little bit about the status of this, at our last hearing on this, we had completed the presentation, we had completed rebuttal, we had completed public comment. And if you recall, the Commission raised concerns with how are we going to get roads built? When are they going to be done? How are we going to get them done that's more with the development instead of following after you collect the impact fees? And so Lennar, who has been a developer here in Manatee County for a lot of times and actually has built a lot of roads, I'll tell you about it in a little bit, offered to construct Buckeye Road from basically Fort Hamer Road extension to 301 to thoroughfare standards. That would be the south 2 lanes, curb and gutter, with your shoulders, with everything, a complete new road, and all the appropriate either bike lanes or mobility trail, etc. So Lennar was trying to help address that issue. How do we get roads built? And in this instance, they would build it ahead of having all the impact fees that would have otherwise come in to build it. So we broke at that point to draft a stipulation. I talked with your county attorney, your assistant county administrator was involved with that, and they requested that we do a continuance to really look at how procedurally we can and should do this and get to this point in time. And Lennar agreed with the continuance so that we could have the time available to get stipulations and how this would work right. So following that, we did work with your staff. We worked with Mr. Davis and others at Public Works, where we could look to see a few things. Is there sufficient right-of-way together with the right-of-way that Lennar would be providing to be able to build the south 2 lanes of this roadway? And we determined that there, in fact, was. We looked at the design of the roadway with the 24-foot travelway, your 3 to 4 foot, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 foot shoulders. And we all decided that out there, a mobility trail, which I think is 14 foot wide, would be more important than a bike lane on the road. In other words, get your bikes off of the road where people might be traveling a little differently. So we looked at that to see that that, in fact, could be done and determined that it could. And then we wanted to look at, to make sure there were sufficient impact fees to get the credits for the impact fees to cover this roadway. And there was, taking the worst case scenario, there was probably 3 or 4 times the number of impact fees that would be generated than the cost of this roadway. So Lennar was and is prepared to build this facility, and I stress that. Lennar was and is prepared to build this facility because of the way we have to procedurally get to that point. We looked at the stipulation, and due to, I would call them relatively recent court cases, they're a few years, but relatively recent court cases. Even though it is requested by the developer, the county cannot put a stipulation on that would require building something that is not required by law, but is something that we all want to see. And so we can't just have a stipulation that says you will build this road, because that would be an exaction that is not appropriate. And your county attorneys, and I hope I'm not speaking for anybody out of turn, have made that clear. And they've shared the cases with me, and I don't disagree with them on that concern. And so what we did is we worked with staff on, we worked with your engineer, Clark Davis. We worked with your administration. We worked with our engineers. We worked with the county attorney's office to come up with a suitable stipulation. And because the commission was concerned with, I think, a couple of things. One, the current status of Buckeye Road is not exactly your highway that you're most proud of, the condition it's in. We came up with a stipulation that assures, assures that it will be brought into a functionally proper roadway. Now, what that means is it will be widened to 24 feet, shoulders will be properly reinforced, sidewalk will be built, it will be milled and paved so that it becomes a good road. It's not your final thoroughfare roadway. But in the stipulation, and I don't know if you've got it yet, but if you could pass it around, in the stipulation, we have recognized that with an agreement with this board, which would be an LDA, which is the way we have to do the building this roadway, that would take precedence over this stipulation, and we would be able to build the road that you had. So the stipulation is there, and I can put it on the screen if need be. I want to make sure everyone still understands that Lennar will submit the LDA to build the bigger roadway. We just have to do it procedurally that way after we get the zoning. And it would be as we talked with staff about. And at that point, you, the Board of County Commissioners, can decide, do we want just a functional Buckeye Road, or do we want to go ahead and start building our thoroughfare roadways pursuant to the LDA? And I will tell you that we are submitting it because I've already got a rough draft of it ready. We are bringing it to you, and we need to have it addressed before we close because we would like to work with the county on that. And I do just wanted to point out, I said something about it a minute ago, the history of Lennar. You know, Lennar did Heritage Harbor. And they actually, you probably don't remember, they rebuilt State Road 64. They built Port Harbor Parkway. They built all of these roadways with the development. In Lakewood National, which is out in Lakewood Ranch, they actually built Eline Road before the overall construction of the roads that were built by Schrader Manatee. And now we have Lakewood National that is going to be next month hosting a PGA Tour event and bringing that to the county. So they have an experience of working with this county on getting roads built. They want to do this here. Unfortunately, the rules don't let you put a stipulation that makes it. We're putting on the record that we're bringing that to you through an LDA, which is a process we have to build. But we also have a stipulation that that road will be made functionally effective if you decide you don't want to do the LDA. And so at this stage, we have that stipulation that we discussed. And I want to make sure everybody also understands we committed to build Fort Hamer Road to our southern border once the road gets to us. And I hope you remember that. And that is not being changed by this. It's not like this stipulation changes that one. That is still there. We had committed to build an internal connector road that would be a public road that serves as a connector road. That does not change with this stipulation. All of those things are still there. The second thing that I wanted to briefly address is we learned there was a little bit of, when we read the record, there was a little bit of confusion. If you will remember, I put on the record that when we designed Fort Hamer Road's northern extension, nobody looked and saw that it hit at a wetland. And we had said that we had worked with staff, we are moving it. We thought there was a stipulation, it was in the record, it was in the report, it was in the staff report, but it never got to the actual motion, to the ordinance. And we wanted to fix that. So we also have, and Rachel will pass that out, a stipulation and pass out the actual road that requires that northern terminus of Fort Hamer Road to be moved so it terminates not at the wetland. And we actually have the design that shows where it will come out that we'll introduce. I think it may already be in the record, but we're going to introduce it today to make sure there is no issue that that roadway. Have you got the copies? Is that it over there? Oh, the map. The map. If I can have the overhead. The original design, it ended at the wetland. And I'm going to say something on behalf of Jeb Mulock. He had his property lines and he designed it there, and the minute somebody pointed out it went to a wetland, he said, oh my gosh, we got to move that. So we have no question with that. We've reviewed it with the property owner to the north, Alan Jones. He is in agreement with that. And so this then becomes part of the record that it would be moved to that point. And you can see there's a wetland right here. And when the road came up and ended right there, when we suddenly looked at it to the north, that didn't make any sense. It is also designed so that it can continue to Valroy to the north if the county ever chooses to do that. So with that in mind, we are requesting you approve the development. Lennar is looking forward to working with you on getting both Fort Hamer Road and Buckeye Road built. We will bring an LDA in, and as you know, we bring these in anyway because we have to do something to do our proportionate share. The LDA, you will see, will be proposed that the right-of-way dedication that under the law, because of exactions, you have to pay for. We will want to waive those impact fee credits for additional time on it. So on the CLOS. So the LDA is coming, and we have a stipulation that allows for that, and we are encouraged to do it. So I wish we had a stronger stipulation, but unfortunately the law won't allow us to do that. Be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for the applicant. Commissioner Whitmore.
I have three comments. First of all, the project south of yours, and I brought this up at the last meeting. Fort Hamer does not go all the way up to your project. There's on Havel Farms, there's a break. And we mentioned this at the meeting, but you didn't mention that today. That was a big concern because we're trying to keep the traffic off at 301, and it stops almost to your project. But so, what are the future plans for that?
I'm going to give you my
project.
I'm going to give you my understanding, and the guy that's doing Havel Farms happens to be sitting here if he wants to get up and speak. But to answer that question, my understanding is that the right-of-way has been identified, and in fact, we matched our right-of-way up to be with that right-of-way. My understanding is that right-of-way is planned to be dedicated to the county. I think the requirements of Havel is to build to their northernmost access point, and that I can also tell you that the developer of Havel Farms is working with Lennar on how that final leg gets built.
So
have I said that correctly?
Yeah, you're stating that it will be connected. That was my big concern at the last meeting. Eventually.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
They're working on exactly how it will
okay.
be done, and everybody would like to see it connected.
Okay, and then on the two proposals that the first proposal you
F2,
gave
F3?
us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one. Now I've got two other comments. Okay. The the Buckeye that Lennar is proposing will be to improve what it is. Is it 24 feet now?
It's somewhere, we've tried to measure it as best we can. It varies a little bit. It seems to be between 20 and 21 feet.
Good. So it'll be 24. Okay.
It'll be 24.
And it's going to be.
That's at a minimum. Now, if you accept the LDA that we're proposing,
you can do your surveys.
then it'll be, it'll have all the proper curb and gutter and lanes and all of that stuff.
So it will be.
But it'll at least be functional if you don't want to do it that
It'll
way.
be a functional road, and it won't be up to county standards yet until the future when we do 4-lane or whatever.
It depends on what standards you look at. A standard road is 24 feet.
Right.
And so we're bringing it up to the.
It said mill it.
And we will mill and repave it. So
Okay.
it will have fresh new paving on, and that is for the length of the project.
Now, and I understand, I actually had written this down before this came before us. I was real nervous because of the Kuntz case, even though we all know why this is being done, and we're not requiring you to do this. And I know you at your own is trying to figure out a way to do this. So when you do this first project, and if we have to go later, let's say if you do this now, are you going to use impact fee credits, or is the developer paying this on his own dime? And then later, when we're building up to what we had planned in our future capital plan, are you going to use the impact fees to pay for that? Or so what's going on there? Do you know?
Bringing it up to functionally, this stipulation is not impact fee creditable.
Good. I mean, so you're paying it on your own dime.
That's correct.
Okay, that makes me feel better. And then those impact fees that we're paying for that area could go for the future expansion or whatever, correct?
They could go to wherever the county
Transportation.
directs them within I think it has to be within the
The area.
district.
Right. Okay, thank you. That answered a lot of big questions for me.
And again, we will bring it, and you may say, let's direct these and let the developer build Buckeye Road to thoroughfare standards. Or you may decide that you'd rather send the money somewhere else. I know that you all have very often said when we can figure out a way to get the developer to build a road, we get them built better and cheaper and faster. So we're expecting to build Buckeye. We're prepared to build Buckeye. I say we, that's the kingly we. Lennar is prepared to do it. We have Parker Hirons here who's acknowledging that. And we committed to do that, and we're not, no backing off on that. But then you have the choice to decide, you know what, we'd rather send those monies elsewhere.
And if they're going to be on county standards, the road?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I had real concerns. I couldn't have supported this project without that connection to Fort Hamer. So I'm glad you brought Pat and whoever else you needed to make me feel better about looking at more favorably at this project. But I appreciate it.
Well, I'd like to think I had the ability to bring Pat, but Pat pretty much comes on his own, and I am very appreciative that he is here. I have been working with him on assuring that we get Fort Hamer built to our southern line. He's been working on having the right-of-way, and the two of them are talking about the rest of the road. And Pat was also concerned because he sees Fort Hamer as a future good north-south road going all the way through the county, with it ending in a wetland. And we assured him, and he has the stipulation now to see it, that it will not end in a wetland.
Thank you.
God.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the minute it was pointed out to us, we immediately recognized that.
All right, Commissioner Trace.
Good news on the Buckeye Road,
Yeah.
one of our finest. How are we going down to the Fort Hamer Road, or all the way through, or to your first entrance, or exactly how much improvement are we actually going to see?
The stipulation calls for improvement, the full length of this project, which is 3 miles?
Okay, so you're going the whole way.
Over 3 miles, the whole way.
Okay.
That's what this stipulation calls for. If we come back with build a new thoroughfare, That, as you recall, was from Fort Hamer to
301.
301. But it really extended a little west because we have an entrance, and with all the intersection improvements, it makes it go farther. You also notice in this stipulation that it requires all of the turn lanes at all of our entrances, so there will be improvements to Buckeye no matter what at all of those entrances, and you have short segments that are really still just 2 lanes.
Okay, and the timing on Fort Hamer, that will be built first to your south, so that when people are coming in, if we can get the missing link and have it, they can start using it immediately, or what's the timing on that?
The timing on Fort Hamer depends in great part, of course, on our property to the south. When they get that built, we're going to build it when they build it so that it all matches.
So it'll be kind of simultaneously all the way from Buckeye to Moccasin Wallow, hopefully.
That's the game plan. That's what we have proposed. And I can't speak for
I understand.
Senator
I understand you can only go to the south. But your intent is if we can hook it all up and get her going, that's
right.
the intent.
We would like to see the connection as well. I'm not going to hide the fact that it's good for the project. We have adequate access elsewhere, but we would love to see it go to the south.
As would I.
Yes, we all would.
Yes.
And as you can see, our project was designed for that. I mean, it's designed to accommodate Fort Hamer Road. It's to have access to it. It's a successful project with the main access on 301 and with access to Buckeye, but it's a much better project when we get the whole road system built.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate the stipulation for the site-related improvements, and I think they're required by our code, quite frankly. So I think this is clarifying that we do have to have sidewalks. When you build a new development, you have to have a sidewalk on the thoroughfare on both sides. And you should have a roadway that meets minimum standards, so 24 feet. And I think that's good. But I think what is probably confusing to the public is when you say, well, we can't talk about the Buckeye Road real build-out, which honestly makes sense.
I didn't say we can't talk about it.
Well, okay, maybe some people here have told us that we cannot count on it, we cannot stipulate it, we cannot require it. But the reality is what best case scenario would be, and you have said that you're proposing to bring forward a development agreement which will address this. I mean, best case scenario is you don't have to build these minimal improvements and then rebuild it. I mean, a lot of people get frustrated by that, so I appreciate you saying, yes, it's coming forward. But again, this is a procedural problem, and the public doesn't always understand this, so we try as much as we can to say, well, we can't require it. We can require you to build the road to some minimal standard, and that's the stipulation. I think that's good. And you brought up 2 other applications where things were done much differently. Lakewood Ranch and Heritage Harbor. Well, both of those, as we know, were DRIs.
Right.
And we don't have that requirement anymore. This would have been a DRI, but we don't have DRIs anymore. Right. So it's a very different time. And those kind of long-range road improvements in a DRI were required to be addressed, right? So we don't have that anymore.
Lakewood National was not a DRI.
Oh, that's true. It was beyond the DRI, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was after the time period. And they built, Lennar built Eline Road. I don't remember how long it is, but it's a long section of Eline Road with that development, which is very similar to what you're doing here. They had access to 70, but they brought the road in along the other side of it and built Eline Road. And actually, with that one, it was done through an agreement, basically a impact fee credit agreement, that came after the approval. And so procedurally, very similar to what we're talking about here.
Okay. And then I had the great opportunity, it's probably not the right words to use, when I-75 was shut down and I was coming from Brooksville to be rerouted on 301 all through, back through Hillsborough County down around Sun City Center. And if you've had the opportunity to drive 301 in that location down to the Hillsborough-Manatee County line, you see that 301 is being expanded in Hillsborough County. Huge amount of growth and development. In fact, I am sure that the nearest Publix to this development will be in South Hillsborough County. And many of the other kind of services that'll be needed are in fact being provided in South Hillsborough County. I mean, you drive down there, it's a genuine commercial strip with lots and lots of residential development. They even rerouted us through some of the residential area. I'm not sure why, but and so I talked to LK about that. LK Nandam, who is our district secretary for District 1. You know, what are the plans for expansion of US 301 in this area? There's no plans at this time for expansion of 301. And I said, well, that doesn't seem quite fair to me that we have it being expanded in Hillsborough County. And he said, well, the state is looking at like we've done with the CIS plan, we're looking at a plan for our non-CIS facilities. And I said, well, that's all. That sounds great. You know, I'm a planner, I love plans. But what I really love is construction and infrastructure. Somebody said we don't talk about infrastructure enough. Oh, we talk about infrastructure a lot. We will not stop talking about infrastructure. So I realize, talking with our attorneys, that we have limitations on being able to just say no till the infrastructure is in place. Those limitations are reality based on court cases that have been decided. I can't say that you should have to wait until 301 is 4-lane. You should have to wait. I mean, why should we know that we're going to have improvements to Buckeye, so we know we're going to have intersection improvements at 301. My understanding is I can't say or I can't demand that you do them. So that's my dilemma. I guess I'm trying to explain it as we come forward. I don't necessarily agree that we could not have had a local development agreement come forward concurrent, kind of like the last one. And I've even been told our attorneys that it could have been. It could have been concurrent. There is no prohibition. I would like to ask you why you didn't want to do that.
I didn't say there was a prohibition on doing it. I just said that's how we've very often done it. And the whole idea of that LDA came up at the last meeting. Okay. So it made it hard to put it together and advertise. Well, it made it impossible to put it together and advertise it. So we have the only recourse is, of course, to say we are doing it. And like I said, I already have it drafted. But we, as was pointed out by your county administrator and by your attorney, doing it this way, though, also gives you the chance to say, you know what, we want the monies here or we want the money somewhere else. So that gives you a pretty good flexibility. And in the meantime, we're going to have a Buckeye Road greatly improved for 3.2 miles.
Right.
And of course, in the development, in the proposal with the development, we had all the intersection things that would come through with that local development agreement.
Right. And certainly we can approve an agreement where it says you're going to build Buckeye Road. You will get impact fee credits allowed by the extent by law, but we are not obligated to, in fact, not use those impact fees elsewhere.
That's right. And so this gives you the maximum flex. This particular process gives you the maximum flexibility to decide exactly where you want it done and how it's done. I will tell you that like I said, we did some rough figures on what impact fees this development will generate. And Jeb, you jump up if I get the number wrong. It's around $22 million. And we looked at the most expensive cost of building the Buckeye Road we were proposing as if the county built it, you know, and using all those FDOT figures that we usually are about 50% of that. And that was about $7 million. And so even if we choose to build Buckeye, there's a huge amount of impact fees that will be generated by this development for other roads, which is why I think you're going to want to do the LDA that we said we would do.
Well, you know, I guess our role up here to make sure is when we approve development consistent with our comprehensive plan, as we're required to do, and we assure that the infrastructure will be provided that is necessary for the development to the extent that we can, and to minimize the cost to the taxpayer. And that's my concern. That's why I would like us to have some sort of relationship where we're working with the state to get these improvements done, because that's very important, and through the MPO. I had one question. I did want to mention, I didn't say this under ex parte communication. I was handed the same information. I immediately turned it over to our clerk's office because I realized it was related to this case. So I did
nothing from us.
Right, no. It was
Yeah.
from somebody else who's concerned about it, and so I did turn that over when I realized it was this case. So hopefully we'll hear more about what that was that was
We're
handed
very
out.
careful not to violate those rules.
All right. No other questions for the applicant. We'll go ahead and go to staff's presentation.
Good morning, Rosina Leider by the staff. I don't have anything in particular related to these two aspects. If going to be comments, going to be for Mr. Clark Davis for transportation. The other aspects of the application were discussed with the last hearing, and everything was clear at that time, except for these 2 points.
Thank you.
Okay, Clark, do you have any information for us?
Good morning. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director, Traffic Management and Public Works, and I have been sworn. I have no new information to add, but I would like to confirm that the statements made by Mr. Grimes on the record are consistent with what we've undertaken between the hearings. The applicant is coordinated with the County Attorney's Office, Public Works staff, and administration to develop the development order conditions that were handed out to you today. And my understanding is that all of the affected departments within the county are on, accept those.
Okay. Commissioner Trace.
Clark, I have a question, though, on the part that's not actually Caleb's responsibility, the missing link, so to speak, through the Havel Farms. Are those negotiations going well where we won't have a, where we're going to be able to simultaneously everybody work together and get it done, where we can go from Buckeye to Moccasin Wallow?
For the developments south of the IA Manatee property that's before you today, there is a development known as Havel Farms, and south of that, one known as the Villages of Amazon South. That accounts for the rest of the land between IA Manatee and Moccasin Wallow Road. We have just yesterday received the latest drafts from the applicant for the local development agreements for those two properties. The agreements as drafted currently account for Fort Hammer Road construction most of the way through both of those properties, and right-of-way all the way through. So we still have some work to do to go through exactly how that last missing piece of Fort Hammer gets constructed, but certainly the framework for allowing that to happen in the future is getting established both there and in our early discussions with the IA Manatee developer.
Good. But your understanding is everyone wants to get this done and is working together to achieve this?
That is my understanding.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, Madam Chair, obviously the project south of this property is going to be important. So the two developers, obviously it'll be like a partnership between them. So I was just going to ask, I see Mr. Neal in the audience, and I'm just assuming, is he going to speak in public comment? Or, because I would like to hear from him as well, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
It'll be a public comment. Okay.
And you'll have an opportunity after that to ask. You can ask questions of anybody who speaks,
I know,
including the public.
I know.
So
well,
he'll get an opportunity.
that's why I wanted to make sure. And the other thing is that I just want to say in my briefing, and even in other meetings, Buckeye Road has really been a sore subject, and I know it has to other commissioners up here as well. So I really appreciate the applicant coming forward on this. I mean, that's a huge, huge asset to us. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
We're here for the two big items, which was the Fort Hammer and the other issue, the amended or the new agreement. And that's really all we're here. We've already had public comment, unless there's something new. But I was asking the chair if it's okay if I go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Madam, excuse me.
Just asking.
We really have to carefully follow rules of procedure, and since we have new information handed out, the public's entitled to comment on the new information. Please, commissioners, please withhold your motions till we get to that point in the agenda. I really would appreciate it.
Okay, but we can always change our motion if we hear new stuff from the public, but I'm fine with that.
All right, that's the last question that I have for the staff. Now we'll go to public comment. We have one person signed up, Mr. Timothy Weber, if you'd like to come forward. State your name and whether or not you've been sworn for the record.
I've seen it before.
Good morning, Timothy Weber, 13717 U.S. Highway 301 North. I have been sworn. As I indicated at the last public comment, my driveway is directly across from this proposed subdivision entrance. I live on the other side of 301 from where this is going in, and I'm an affected person. I did want to note that there has been some changes in the application since the last meeting that need to be pointed out. Number one, at the last meeting, the applicant withdrew their specific requests for variable width buffers. Those are back in the proposal now and in the proposed ordinance that you're being handed. So apparently they have reneged on that. Secondly, the last meeting began with them specifically withdrawing any site-related improvement stipulations as part of their project, and both Ms. Shank and Mr. Grimes agreed that it was inappropriate to include those at this stage of the proceeding, yet now they are back here with a stipulation that specifically includes those site-related improvement stipulations. And so I think we have a little bit of inconsistency with the application as it now sits with what they've represented in the past. But the big point here is that just building a road for the county or improving a road for the county is not a reason to rezone property. And for all the intents and purposes, I know that the county would love this road. I would probably love this road, but it is not the reason to rezone property. The reason to rezone property is it's consistent with your code. And as I stated at the last meeting, and I would remind this commission, there is an overlay district here that is being ignored by this developer. None of the criteria and the character of this area is being honored in this project. And specifically, that's why you see all of the requests for exceptions to the overlay district that are being proposed by this applicant. I would imagine the people who developed this overlay district didn't want a big box store there and a tenant over 75,000 square feet because Parrish is a small community with businesses on Main Street, etc., small general stores, things of that nature. Furthermore, why develop all these buffers and all these setbacks if we're just going to routinely ignore them? And so I just remind the commission the reasons why this project doesn't comply with your code. We spent a lot of time at the last meeting, this meeting, talking about the roads, which we all agree are horrendous, but that is not a reason to rezone property. And for all the reasons previously stated, I would ask that you deny this application as being inconsistent with the rural character of this area. You can't just keep saying we're keeping approving here, then here, then here, and that's a logical extension when none of that is built and you have roads to nowhere. And in final concluding, I would just say, and I hate to be crass, but the path to hell is paved with good intentions, and that's what I've heard today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board on this application? Please come forward. State your name for the record and whether you've been sworn.
Good morning. My name is Celeste Christman. I have not been sworn in today.
Okay, anybody else who came late might speak, please be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you are about to present to the board will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. Thank you for allowing public comment. Unfortunately, none of my concerns have yet to be addressed. It's very nice that Lennar promises to build out Buckeye Road. However, that does not help any. We still have a 2-lane 301. We have a very dangerous 2-lane Carter Road. These people coming out of these entrances and exits on Buckeye are going to take Carter Road to connect to Moccasin Wallow to connect to the interstate. That is already a dangerous intersection. We've already had quite a few fatal accidents at 301 and Buckeye. So you're increasing the traffic without increasing the means for people to get to where they're going in safety. We still lack adequate schools in the area. We have no adequate middle school. We have a new high school and a new elementary. What about these kids in the middle? Are you going to put them in trailers again? Very dangerous. Again, to reiterate on what we've said before, the development is incompatible with the area. We have an excess of inventory approved for North Manatee County already. I sell houses all day. I'm in Lennar Developments all day. They're not moving. We don't need this at this time. I don't understand the rush to kill every acre and every tree in the north part of Manatee County. It's unneeded. We don't need it. People are unable to sell their homes who pay taxes and who vote because they're competing against builders. We've also got the destruction of habitat. So please, please, think of your constituents, think of your residents, think of your voters and taxpayers instead of these large corporate entities. We would love to see development that embraces the character of our area. Give us less density. I will be more than happy to speak for less density and homes that are on 1 home per acre, 1 home per 5 acres. This is the reason I moved here from St. Pete 20 years ago, was for a better quality of life. Change is the only constant, but please make it change for the better, not change for the worse. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Please come forward. State your name for the record and whether you've been sworn.
Good morning, Alan Jones, owner of Jones Potato Farm, adjacent landowner to this project. I'm here to speak in support of it. We have worked with the developers and adjacent landowners as far as aligning the roads to where it's a viable thoroughfare for the county. I think it's a major north-south corridor that will serve many communities throughout Sarasota and Manatee and Hillsborough County for years to come. I also commend them on the efforts towards Buckeye Road. Through the community meetings that we had with the developers at that time, it was brought to their concerns of the lack of off-site improvements, and they have stepped forward and taken a very proactive approach to helping us achieve some of our transportation goals within the East Buckeye group area, our East Buckeye area. So it's times they are changing. It's just a tough deal to see a lot of this farmland turn into to real estate developments, but change is inevitable. These are consistent with the comprehensive plan that we've set forth here in Manatee County, and I see no reason not to support this, and we hope that we will have good neighbors. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm speaking from the PCA, the Paris Civic Association. I am the Rural Development Coordinator, our committee chair for them, and there's some here and there type things when it comes to the North County overlay. Some people really like some aspects of it, and some are not conducive for development that has taken place today. We're in the process of doing a neighborhood action plan with Debbie DeLeon and the county neighborhood services, and that may be something we need to start looking at in the future, is amending that North County overlay to address the development that's for today, not what it was 20, 30 years ago. We've got a changing landscape, as you all well know. But just want to say thank you for your efforts, and also looking forward to working with y'all for a public-private partnership for the West Buckeye, and hopefully we can get that going here in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you to that. Anyone else who'd like to address the board under public comment? Now is your time.
Uh-huh.
Madam Chair, I don't really want to address the board,
Your name?
but I think I've been asked to address the board. Is that accurate?
You had a handout, so perhaps you should explain it.
Because we all gave it back. We don't have it anymore.
Would you take and pass?
Sure.
Madam Chair, it was my intent to sit here quietly and smile and nod and support. I have been sworn.
And name.
Madam Chair, I'm Pat Neal, 1003 59th Street West, Bradenton, Florida. Been building here for 49 and a half years. I had intended to sit quietly and smile in support of this property. Caleb, as always, did a marvelous job expressing the goals of his client, solving a problem, and also representing the goals of the adjacent landowners, which are Alan Jones and my family. So I support this project. Of course, I'd like to make this an opportunity to discuss the major north-south road, as I-75 is failing as a local road. You all recall that Carlos Baruch and I worked hard in 2008, May 4th, 2008. Mary Ann, who's somewhere in the back, had a call service called 23,000 people for a public hearing to create 4R Bridge, and we have been advocates for Fort Hamer Road at least for the last 12 years, and I think we'll get it largely built through Manatee County, and I'll come back to that. Surprisingly, we also think that it'll be built in large part through Sarasota County, and Mary Ann and I are meeting today with the Sarasota County Planning Commission to extend that same road through what we call the missing link. Keep in mind that we now have 4 missing links that we're trying to build, through Sarasota County through lands owned by Culver House, Neal, Taylor Morrison, and Turner. So we think that I-75 is failing as a local road and that Manatee County should have a good road besides that. In addition, Commissioner Benak, you asked me at our approval hearing if we would work on the Moccasin Waller Road, and we have done a great job, if I may say so myself, on the Moccasin Waller Road. Mary Ann and I have met with the current Speaker and President and the successors of those people and the Appropriations Chair of the Senate and House and the Subcommittee Chair of the Senate and the House, and we think there's a good chance that our state will see the benefits of matching local investments for a road which, after all, when I was in the State Senate, was State Road 62. This was functionally reclassified. Moccasin Waller was functionally reclassified as a county road, probably in the early 90s. It connects to Bowling Green. We've been able to sell to many people the idea that this solves a state function. Now to your question. Commissioner Ball, we'd like to build the road. I want to be very delicate in this answer. We'd like a big, beautiful, landscaped, lighted, high scale, lovely, expensive.
I'm liking it so far.
North-south roadway. Parker, would it be improper to say what you and I have been talking about, or should I just keep it myself?
Well, you just told everybody.
The free country, he says. Can I have 2 more minutes?
Please, yes, you may have 2 minutes.
Can I just tell him?
Don't keep things from the board. It's not nice.
He just shook
Mary
his
Ann's
head.
in charge of me by being quiet. Do you know what Winchester Boulevard is in Charlotte County?
No.
Parker is a very fine person whose job it is to report to the stockholders of a huge multinational corporation. And he would like to build a little tiny, itsy-bitsy, skinny, low scale, blah, 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 blah road to meet Winchester Boulevard in Charlotte County. So we've had some discussions since May 18th, 2018, 6 or 7 discussions. And I wouldn't say that we're this far apart or this far apart, but I wouldn't say we're this close together either. So I thought Caleb did the right thing, which is to create a provision where Parker's company, the Lennar Company, and my company, and Manatee County could participate in a discussion as to how we would build the connection, its level of scale, and its timing. And Madam Chairman, we're not there yet. It's a matter of scale, money, and timing, and I don't think either one of us can represent when, why, or how much, or what scale, but I think both of us would represent we want to build the road.
Okay. Anyone else from the public who wanted to make comments at this time on this application? Please come forward. Okay. Seeing no one else come forward, I'm going to go ahead and close public comments. Commissioner Baugh had a question.
Yeah, well, actually a statement that was in reference to the school system and the need for schools that one of the residents addressed. And I just wanted to let her know, I don't know if she's seen it, that if she looks on mymanatee.org and she looks at this project, one of the documents that is attached is from the school district of Manatee County, and I don't see her.
She's here.
There she is. Okay. And it does talk about the schools that are needed. They are aware, not just because of this project, but others that will be built. And if you look at the bottom of it where it says projected school sites, it might give you a little bit of knowledge about what they are looking at and the needs that they know they have. And it also states further up in that, development plan review, the summary, one of the items, school site desired within development. And it says yes. So the school board is aware that, or the school administration, I should say, they're looking at this. They realize the needs for students that will be coming in. So just wanted to, I didn't know if you knew about that. Thank you. Oh, and thank you, Mr. Neal.
Yeah, and I regarding the schools, that's a good point, Commissioner Baugh. And the reality is, if there is not adequate school capacity in this district or the adjacent district, they can't move forward. They cannot build homes because we still do have school concurrency without a resolution of that. They will have to agree to fund a school. We know, and you know, someone brought up, why do we bring up roads? Because it is the biggest issue we deal with. I agree 100% that building a road is not a reason to approve a rezone, but we are obligated to approve rezones if they comply with our comprehensive plan, and that's what we deal with. Does it comply with our comprehensive plan and our land development code? And we have struggled with these North County overlay requirements. Since the beginning, we have routinely waived the 50-foot buffer for commercial, because the reality is you can't buffer to the standards of the code 50 feet with the opacity required and I think that any commercial development is going to survive. I often wonder, because it's one of the things I hear most frequently when I'm out in the parish area, why don't we have more restaurants? Why don't we have more commercial? Yes. Well, a lot of commercial developers probably read the code and say, well, I'm not going to build there. They require a 50-foot buffer with an 80% opacity. I can't succeed. I can't have my building be hidden and I'm a commercial development. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but I do. It's a fact that we have, according to the folks that live in this area, they do not have enough commercial establishments. They're constantly asking us, why can't they get a Bonefish Grill? And I'm like, well, we're the government. We don't provide restaurants. That is up to the private sector. But it is a struggle, and we do. And I loved your point that you made last time. I did remember it about that needs to be a legislative issue that needs to be resolved because we have adopted rules. We shouldn't just waive them arbitrarily. We have to go through the legislative process and say, is this a good rule? If not, give the public a time to have an opportune time. Can staff tell me when we might consider those changes to the North County overlay standards? I know it's been one that's been out there, but I don't know if that's part of a land development code text amendment coming forward. John is nodding his head, yes. But it's not in the first round of these text amendments.
Madam Chair, we have to be careful with nodding of heads and quasi-judicial.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get it on the record from a planner?
We really need a workshop.
Yes, it's going to be one of the land development code text amendments, but I don't have a date for that unless Mr. Barnott does. Okay. And he's coming forward.
He doesn't.
That's probably good enough unless John has something to add. That's good enough for me.
You're hobbling.
John Barnott, Building Development Services. I have been sworn. We've discussed it, and we're working with the folks in Paris to bring this forward. I don't know exactly where it is. I could get an answer and get it back to the board today.
Thank you.
Okay, we know it's coming forward, it just has not been scheduled. And so that particular modification I don't have a problem with, but I do need clarification from staff regarding the variable width buffer. I remember discussing this before. I thought we had worked that out, that they in fact would comply with the code as written, and we were not going to approve something. This is my recollection, which I don't always remember exactly how things happened, but I thought we said that we were not going to have that as a modification of our development order.
Madam Chairman, if I may, there was a request for specific approval relative to the variable width buffer around the wetlands, and it was our position that code allows that as you go through the process, and it did not need to be a request. And the board agreed with that, and that should not be in the motion that grants a specific approval for that. I'll have to tell you that in preparing for today, I concentrated on this, what we were supposed to talk about. I would have assumed that when the motion is made, that would be excluded.
Okay.
And so you are correct on that one. Actually, Rachel, if you would like it for the record, it was already in the record what we had, has actually prepared a new request that does not include that in it. It's took that out, if that will help your record to have the request for the specific approval not include that. Why don't we go ahead and just give you that?
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be helpful for the
Because
motioner.
because you are right, Commissioner. We resolved that, and just the motion wasn't updated because we were only addressing the one thing, and we would have assumed that the motion would have taken that out when the commissioner made it. And so I would suggest that's what we'll need to do.
Okay. So I will just clarify what we've been handed. And you can tell me if I'm wrong, Rachel, why don't you tell us what exactly this says? What specific
That'd be
approvals you
easier.
are?
Good morning, Rachel
pages.
Layton, AICP planner with ZNS Engineering, and I have been sworn. Thank you. One of the things we were so focused on the transportation items, and I inquired, on procedurally when to submit this revised letter, and I'm glad I brought so many copies with me today. But what this letter reflects is that we removed the previous item, number 5, that requested the variable width wetland buffers to be reviewed by staff. So we've removed that request altogether. So instead of having 6 specific approval stipulations, 6 specific approval requests, we now have 5. So 4 of those are related to the North Central Overlay District, and then the final one has to do with tree replacement, which we worked very hard with your staff.
Okay. So there's been no changes from the last hearing on the specific approval requests, with the exception of you deleted the one that would allow for variable width buffers because basically it's covered in the code.
One of the things I noticed in this letter, as I updated it, there actually in Acela was a letter dated September 26th that in the tree replacement had additional flux categories identified, and so that is reflected in this letter. So instead of it only being only identifying tree areas in category 434, it also identifies tree categories in 320, 329, and 422.
Okay.
So it actually catches more.
It's just an application, but it is not a change It's
Correct.
A change
Correct.
request. Okay, so I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that, and that's a question for this board to consider, whether or not they're supportive of these amendments, recognizing that, yes, that's something we have done a lot of, but it is a change to the code, so that's something for the board to consider. All right, Commissioner Baugh, you had a question?
Well, one last thing. I'm going to go back to roads for a second. I think it's fair to say that we all know that roads, traffic congestion in Manatee County is one of the biggest issues that we have that we're trying to deal with. And, I think this board realizes that the old school of thought about, building roads just with impact fees is not going to cut it. Our need is too great, and we have to realize that and try to come up with other solutions. And I think that should be something that this board looks at, almost immediately to try and address. Especially since we are so busy and we're having to increase the number of land use meetings that we're having because of all the growth that is taking place. So I'm thankful that these two developers are willing to help us and participate in this. And, it's a huge problem that we are having. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Trace.
I agree with you, Commissioner Ball. That's why I think in March we have that transportation workshop coming where we're discussing, do we want to keep improving two-lane roads, or do we want to actually step up to the plate? What's it going to cost? How are we going to do it? And, that's gave the staff enough time to actually be able to answer our questions when we have them. So I think we're going to deal with that in March.
I actually didn't know that, so thank you for telling me.
Okay, at this time, I've got no other folks on the board. Staff, do you have any closing comments? Okay, applicant rebuttal.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Caleb Grimes. Just a couple of things that I want to make sure that we understand with what we're doing here in the roads and what Lennar is trying to do to help. I believe very strongly, and if we're asked, I would give that advice, that this project, without building the extra roads, meets the comprehensive plan and should be approved. It's within the numbers. It's in the area that you've designated for future development. Here we are 25 years down the road that it was designated for this future development. And so I believe it should be approved without what Lennar is stepping up to do. But Lennar, as you can tell, is very interested in getting these roads built and is willing to come in and assist and get that done. And so to me, the road part is a little bit of gravy on the top, and it's a great thing to have. And if we just continue to say, and you don't, I don't mean to suggest you do, but if we continue to say, well, we're not going to allow a development because a road isn't in place, that doesn't get roads built. What we're trying to do here is what's going to get roads built. It's going to generate money for roads, and it's going to have a developer willing to participate and get that done. And I certainly appreciate Senator Neal and his comments and reflection on the parties working together to get this done. I think it's all in place to do that. I do want to address the specific approvals. This is not something that is contrary to our code. It's contrary to a normal standard in the code, but our code specifically says, you, the commissioners, if you think it makes sense, may make specific approvals to make exceptions to the standard way of doing it. So we're not asking you to do something that's not allowed by the code. Your code has the procedures that says we can do this. And we do it on a regular basis. I agree that the standards for the North County overlay need to be looked at because we have routinely made the same specific approvals for other projects that are being asked for here. And Rachel has worked very, very diligently with your staff to assure that they are very limited and that they are very specific, and it's not some general change. We're following, almost all the rules. And for example, there's a minor change so that the bank of the pond can be within a buffer. You're still going to have all the trees, all the buffers in there, but just the technical reading of the way it stands, we needed that specific approval. So again, I think we have a development and a developer that has followed your rules, has come in with a very good development that is consistent with those that you have already approved, consistent with your comprehensive plan. We ask that you approve it, and we ask that you approve it with the added F2 and F3, and with not having the specific approval on the variable width buffers around the wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yes, I'd like to, and I'll need help from Sarah probably, but I'd like to approve. I do think this project is compatible. I've heard that it isn't. When you have the property owner just north of this supporting this, you see everything that's been approved south of this. This is the trend, and it is, in my opinion, compatible. So with that, I'd like to approve the recommended motion and with the revised agreement with Lennar, and to take out the variable width buffers. And I think that's all, right, with the attachments given.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may, I would just clarify, it would be the recommended motion with addition of stipulations F2 and F3 as handed out by the applicant, and deletion of the request for specific approval number 5, which reads 706.4C, allow for a potential available width buffer. That request is deleted.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Q, you have the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Because it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, we really don't get to say no more development. That's not something we can say up here, because our job is to assure that it meets the requirements, not to stop development from moving in Florida. It just isn't up to us to do that.
Thank you.
It'd make our jobs a whole lot easier if it was, but that's not our job.
What are we doing?
Okay, we're moving on to the last item, which is PDMU 1422PR2 Travesta. Please read that into the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody left.
No.
We could do it.
You do it after?
Item number 12, PDMU 1422PR2 Travesta. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. It is amending zoning ordinance PDMU 1422PR and approving a revised preliminary site plan to allow single-family attached, semi-detached, and detached units in Phase 3. To increase the number of residential units in Phase 3 from 341 units to 457 units. To increase the total number of residential units from 1,103 units, with 300 being multifamily, to 1,219 residential units, with 300 as multifamily. To allow an increase of the multifamily building height from 35 feet to 4 stories, and revising stipulations for a project on approximately 441.3 acres that is currently zoned planned development mixed use. It's generally located east of I-75 and south of 69th Street East in Palmetto. Dorothy Rainey is the planner for this project, and the applicant's representatives are also here for presentation.
Okay. Well, we have a complete staff report that is before us. Are there any questions after anybody has read the staff report for the applicant? Okay. Staff, do you have anything new to add today?
Just what was on the update memo. There was an item on one of the stipulations that was added.
Okay, one of the stipulations that would add, could you read that into the record, please?
That is about it's stipulation A1, and it's about the train tracks being adjacent
Oh, it
on
was
the
a
southern end.
notification that there's train.
Owner notification.
All right, I know some people have some places they want to go, so I'm trying to speed this up. Does the applicant have anything that they have to add at this time they would like to add? Okay, staff have anything more you want to add? All right, I'm going to open this up for public comment. No one has signed up. Is there anyone who would like to address the board on this application? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve the recommended, where are we here?
Recommended motion.
Recommended motion to adopt Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDMU-1422
And Madam Chair, that would be as modified in the update memo for A1.
Correct.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second. I would like to ask one question before we go to
Commissioner
trespass.
Trace?
Only to bring it up that this is one of these where we have another missing link. basically they'll have the road down, Buffalo Road will come all the way just right at the railroad track, and then we still need to connect it to Mendoza Road. So I would just ask Clark just to kind of say where that is, because we really need that road going all the way up, which is not part of this, but it's another missing link that we have to deal with one day. Thank you, Clark.
Thank you. For the record, Clark Davis, Public Works. The referenced connection goes through a property that was processed several years ago known as Trees Direct. It extends from the FPL Railroad down to Mendoza Road. They dedicated some right-of-way within that parcel, but some is still needed to complete that connection. We have had limited contact with the property owner there, but some, to start laying the groundwork for acquisition there. And we've been in negotiation with the developers of the Travesta project so that we could work out a county, a private-public partnership type agreement similar to the ones we've talked about for other projects today to build that missing link. Mr. Melanazar is here, and he's been in closer contact with some of the people involved in the project and may want to add something for the record.
Morning, CM Melanazar, Public Works. As of yesterday, we met with the folks that control Trees Direct, which is basically Mendoza. North of Mendoza, there's a missing link that we don't own the land. After that, we own the land all the way to the railroad track, which is this project. We've been talking with the developer over here, Coulter, doing a partnership for the missing link that they have on their plan for them to build it for us in exchange for impact fee credit. And we have rearranged our CIP for 60th at the mall this past September to go from 60th at the mall all the way to Erie Road, Travesta over here. Now, yesterday, Trey Desenberg, I don't know, some of you guys know him. We brought him from out of town. So he was in the office. We discussed that acquisition. He's a willing seller. He asked for I made him an offer, but he refused. But so we are getting an appraisal. As soon as we get the appraisal, he did pledge if we spend $25,000, $30,000 on appraisal, he will not throw it out, and he will complete the transaction. So we're going to get the land, and then with Coulter, we're going to do a public-private partnership. We have some of the numbers. I think everything is within the range of our budget, and I believe we're going to pull it off. So that's the game plan, and the builder would be this developer, the Travesta.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sia.
And I'd like to clarify for the record, this improvement that we're talking about, is this a required improvement due to the expanded number of units that are being proposed?
They effectively did a land use equivalency type exchange here, so they have no increase in their external trip impacts. This is not a required improvement of their traffic impact analysis. It's just something that makes sense to them, similar to that connection that we talked about of Fort Hammer for the prior project. You know, it's not, you don't have to have it, but things are even nicer when you do. And so it's along those lines and connectivity in that part of the county that everyone sees the benefit.
Well, I'll just say that we really hope that we could work this out, because I think it'll make for a much better transportation system for all of us. Do you have anything you want to add now that you've heard this additional discussion? I want to give the applicant opportunity if they have anything they would like to add at this time. All right, do we have a motion?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Steve made it, I second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. We are recessed until 1:30. All right. We're back in session. Just to clarify, there has been a bomb threat called into the Judicial Center. They're checking it out. At this time, we are not being told that we need to evacuate. That could change. So we're going to continue. Hopefully everything will be fine, and this is just another false threat, which I hope we figure out how to stop these false threats because they can be very disruptive to operations. So at this time, I'm going to go pick up where we were. If you would read the item into the record. Lisa, the Land Development Code amendments.
Lisa Barrett with staff, and this is a legislative item. There are 3 items. Actually, it's 1 ordinance and 2 resolutions, so I'll read those titles into the record. First, it's LDCT 19-04 Ordinance 2006. This is the Land Development Code Amendment for Development Review Procedures, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, the Land Development Code of Manatee County, providing findings, providing for purpose and intent, amending Chapter 2 definitions, Section 200 definitions to add and amend definitions, amending Chapter 3 review authority and procedures to add, delete, and amend text, specifically Section 304 Development Review Committee or DRC, Section 310 Development Review Procedures, Section 312, Procedures of General Applicability, and Table 3.1, Development Order Review Authorities. Section 312.2, Pre-Application Meetings, Section 312.4, Completeness Review of Application, and Section 312.5, Sufficiency Review of Application. The other associated resolution is Resolution R-20-004, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, regarding land development, adopting a Manatee County Development Review Administrative Procedures Manual. And then also provided in your update memo from the County Attorney's Office is Resolution R-20-016. This is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners regarding land development, approving the form of agreements for the extension of time for approval of development permits or development orders pursuant to Florida Statute 125.022, 1 in parentheses. So, just to refresh everybody's memory and why we are here, these changes, as we all know, were pursuant to House Bill 7103, which are now reflected in Florida Statutes 125.022. And we are amending the Land Development Code, specifically Chapter 2, to add some definitions, Chapter 3 to reflect the changes in procedures, and then also have the resolution, which is our Development Review Manual, which really sets out the guidelines established in the Florida statutes for review of development orders and development permits. We did take this to Planning Task Force in November, to the Planning Commission who recommended approval in December, and also to the board at a work session on December 17th. There were some concerns raised at the work session, and I can go through those concerns and tell you how we addressed them, or we can also go through the full presentation that was discussed at the work session. So,
you guys,
I think
you want
this
a
is
full
important.
presentation?
Well, I think it's important. We've been working on this how many years that we.
Go ahead and walk us through the major changes.
And that's
so.
fine. And tell us where you are in our presentation so we can follow you.
Okay. Well, we've been working with Pat Tyaski, as you all know, with SNME Consultants. So I'm going to have Pat come up and introduce just the background of House Bill 7103. And then Rob and I and Fred will go through the completeness review procedures and the sufficiency review.
Good afternoon. I have a short PowerPoint that we're going to go through. Okay. All right, basically we're going to talk about House Bill 7103. We're going to be looking at some flow charts of how this is going to work, and then talk about the changes to the code, the new manual, and then questions. So Lisa mentioned that we now have a state statute telling us how long we can take for a review of a development order or development permit. It's divided into 2 parts. First, we're supposed to do the sufficiency review, the completeness review, and that is supposed to take up to 30 days. However, you can go up to 3 times around, so 30 days for the review, then it goes to the applicant for 30 days. If they submit to the county, another 30 days of review, and if there are still comments, it goes back to the applicant for revisions, another 30 days. Now, after 3 times, the county cannot ask for more comments, for more changes, so at that point, there has to be a meeting where the applicant and the county will sit down and see what it is that they haven't been able to address. So once the completeness review is done, then the application is now reviewed for sufficiency. The sufficiency review can only take 120 days. However, if it goes to a public hearing, then it's extended to 180 days. We have developed a detailed procedures manual, where we specify what happens within those 120 or 180 days. There are options for extensions of time from the side of the applicant or from the county, depending on the needs. And we'll go through those details with Rob and Fred.
Okay. My section is completeness, and Pat touched on it already. So when an application is submitted through Acela to us, we have 30 days to review it and provide responses to the applicant if it's not deemed sufficient. Once the applicant gets it, they have 30 days to respond to our comments and resubmit through Acela. And then we have another 30 days to review it, and if it's still not deemed sufficient, like Pat said, we can go up to 3 times, we can review it 3 times. And if we have additional comments after our 3rd review, we have to call the applicant and offer up a meeting with them. But we're thinking that with our change in pre-app process, we are going to be requiring pre-apps for every project. We talked about that at the work session, and we have decided we're going to ask for a pre-app for every project. If there is a project that is maybe a little mom and pop, or they're just doing a minor addition or something, and something they don't need to have a pre-app, we will determine that case-by-case basis. But as it stands, we'll ask for a pre-app for every project. So with that, we're hoping that it doesn't take 3 rounds of completeness to get a project deemed complete and go into sufficiency. So, and with the completeness review, we're going to be reviewing these projects more detailed because we don't have the time on the sufficiency end, the 120 and the 180 days. So we're going to be doing a more thorough review during completeness. And so we're hoping by the time it gets to sufficiency, we won't even have comments at that point. We'll just be able to approve the project. So that is our goal. And I'll let Fred talk about the sufficiency review.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. What you have up on the screen right now basically is our sufficiency review process. As mentioned, we have for administrative projects 120 days to review it, either approve it or deny it, and 180 days for legislative, quasi-judicial, just quasi-judicial projects. I have to indicate that those are our maximum time limits. We are going to, in all cases, try to complete these sooner than that. I mean, we understand that time is money. We want to get projects moving, and we know the applicant also needs to move projects along. So we're going to do this as quickly as we can. Basically, the flow chart you see before you, I'm not going to go into great detail here, but when an application comes in, we're assuming since it's gone through completion that it is going to be at least 90% complete, so that our review period should be fairly short. But when an application comes in, it'll be routed to a case manager to the section manager who will assign it to a case manager, and that's going to happen in like a day or so. And then from there, the case manager will route that project out. There'll be a 21-day review period. And again, if people complete the project sooner, the review sooner, we'll shorten up these time periods. After that, we will have a meeting where we all sit down among staff, determine, what the issues are. The applicant will have an opportunity after we send out the comments to respond to that. There will be a mandatory DRC meeting, at which time we will go over the issues, and there'll be a determination at that particular meeting. The only people that are going to be at the DRC meeting are people who can make decisions. They will determine, what needs to be done, when it needs to be done. Mr. Barnott or myself will sit as the arbitrator, basically, if there are some issues and we need to make a determination as to what has to be done or what needs to be modified. Mr. Barnott or myself will have the final say, and we'll move the project on at that particular point. And then basically from that point on, the applicant has opportunity to respond to those comments, submit the final version of their plan. It was mentioned that there are possibilities of extension. If there is some overriding concern, something happens, and I think the thing that usually jumps up is, let's say we have a storm event and everybody, we have a disruption. Someone can request an extension request, and it all has to be mutually agreed upon, and we can extend the time period that review needs to take place. Beyond that, once the applicant has returned the information, we review it. The project case manager will prepare reports. We send a report up to the county attorney's office. They have 30 days to review. We also at the same time send out the comments to, or the staff report to the applicant, so they have an opportunity to review it. Provides transparency here. Then after the county attorney reviews it, we incorporate any comments, and then that project ultimately works its way up to the Planning Commission and the County Commission for either approval or denial, subject to written findings. So that's just sort of a quick synopsis of how that process works.
In terms of the changes that we're making, we had already put something in the code regarding completeness and sufficiency. So we just had to make sure that that was consistent with the way that the statutes define those terms. In addition to the changes to the code, we created a manual that has the more specific instructions, and that manual is the part that you're approving today with the resolution. And the resolution addresses part 1 of the manual, which is the general instructions. Now we're going to have a part 2 of the manual that will include application forms, worksheets, all the instructions that the applicants will get. We're still working with staff on that, getting comments, making revisions. That doesn't have to be approved by the board. It's an administrative document. So we'll probably continue working on that to the end of this month. And that's what I was talking about. We have the manual part 2 still going, and that's about it.
Okay, questions? Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. And forgive me if you've already addressed this. I was trying to read through the text, but it went too fast for me. So I have a question regarding completeness. In the past, completeness has been looked at as, is everything in the packet so it can be reviewed for consistency, sufficiency, whatever you want to call it. And so I'd like to give you an example. Let's say that an application is submitted and there's a note on the plan that says no lighting is proposed. But you know that there's going to be lighting with the project. It's just that they didn't have the lighting plan in time for the submittal, and it's coming later. During completeness review, are you going to make a call that, no, we need a lighting plan before we go forward? And how are you going to make that call?
In the checklist that we're creating a specific checklist for each type of application. Whether it's a special permit or a plat or a GDP. And that checklist, staff is going to meet with the applicant at the pre-app stage. They're going to go through that checklist, and if there's anything that is not relevant, they'll mark it as they do not have to submit that. But everything that they mark as needed will have to be submitted at the same time with the application. Otherwise...
I see. At the pre-app, you're going to give more precise information about what is required.
Yes. And the checklists are going to be very detailed. It's not longer saying you have to submit a lighting plan. It's more like you have to submit a lighting plan that includes this and this and this and that. You have to have a landscape plan that has a table and existing trees and proposed trees. So that checklist already has a lot of the detail that we had not used in the past.
Okay. And then regarding pre-apps, and I've seen the county go back and forth on this topic, and now they're all going to be required for any application with a few exceptions, right?
Yes.
And so does that mean you're going to have pre-apps 2 or 3 days a week to accommodate the scheduling?
I think we're going to wait to see how it goes. We might need to add an additional day. Right now, we have them on Fridays, but like we used to do, we might have to have them 2 days a week.
Yeah, okay, because I can see that's probably going to be
And with the pre-apps, we are going to be providing better comments to the applicant. We're going to go in there and listen and see what they're doing and tweak our comments if we have to. Instead of just giving boilerplate information, we're going to do case by case and make sure we give good comments.
And so let's say you do a pre-app and then you don't end up submitting for another 6 months. Is there a time frame that you want a submittal after the pre-app?
Yes.
What is the time
I
frame?
believe we were going with 6 months, weren't we?
6 months.
I think so.
Okay. Okay. And talk to me about external agencies like FDOT and SwiftMud. Is it possible that getting their feedback is going to delay our sufficiency review in any way?
Like typically, we're not allowed to require other permits outside the county for the county to issue a permit. So we're not going to be waiting for FDOT to issue a permit to issue the county permit. Typically, it would say, this will have to be approved by the Water Management District, or this will have to be approved by the Department of Transportation, but it's not like we have to wait for them to do something to issue the permits here.
Is there the possibility that we could approve access onto a state road and then FDOT not allow it?
It could happen.
It could happen.
Yes, and we will be speaking about that in the pre-app as well to put them on notice. They need to reach out to FDOT at that time.
And it's not like you would be approving the access. You would be saying this access is subject to approval by the FDOT.
So it's approved subject to FDOT. Makes sense. And my last question, has there been any more thought about combining the FSP and construction plan drawings together as one step?
What's FSP?
Final site plan.
They're combined for the commercial, and as far as the residential, they're still separate as far as I know with Public Works because of the amount of detail and sheets of review and that they're a separate document for subdivisions.
Yeah, I would hope that we get back to being one submittal. I think it's more efficient. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director of Public Works. We are continuing to look at the ability to have a concurrent submittal, if you will, for final site plan and construction plan. As a practical matter, the details of the construction plan actually inform the final site plan, even though the workflow makes it look like the final site plan occurs earlier in the process. So we think it makes a lot of sense to keep them together. It'll help us meet the statutory timelines as well if we can do that. So it's a work in progress.
Thanks.
Okay, great. Commissioner Whitmore.
And I know, like in the little cities where we don't have the staff like we do at counties and stuff, a lot of the stuff we approve pending, FDOT approval, SwiftMud permitting, et cetera. So I have a question, and I just can't get off this because I know it's an actual thing that actually happened. When somebody came and a manager told a developer, told the developer, well, and I guess in the code it said you can do either or. And the manager said, you'll do both. And the developer said, no, it says either or. And they said, no, you'll do both. So I know you're going to say, there is 2 people in there. So can we rest assured that whoever comes before that committee is able to protest then and say, I don't agree with what the manager just said?
Yeah, I think what you're doing is referring to our DRC meeting, and basically Mr. Barnott or myself would make the final call as to one or the other. We're not going to make them do both. That's, not common sense.
Right. Well, a manager did tell them to, and now the development community or whoever comes to mom and pop will feel comfortable saying, I don't agree with that because that's not what your code says, and you will step in, and they won't be in trouble for future projects, whatever.
Well,
okay, you're making that commitment.
Well, okay.
It's actually happened.
Yeah, let me just clarify because I want to make sure the code is not changed. So what Commissioner Whitmore is talking about is where someone disagrees with the call by the department director, and you all are acting on behalf of the department director when you authorize your position, right? So you're acting on behalf of the planning director. Code says planning director gets to make the final call, and if people want to appeal it, they appeal it to the Board of County Commissioners, correct?
Yes.
There's
That's
no
correct,
change in that.
No, they would have to appeal that up to you. That's correct.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
that's not what
let's
I'm
just
talking
be
about.
clear.
Yeah.
So, if an applicant disagrees with someone, with a staff person saying your application is not sufficient, they can deem themselves sufficient and say, I'm going ahead anyway. Or they can sign an agreement with the county and say, we want more time to work with you. Let's stop the clock and let's sit down and discuss it. Now, they have to request a formal interpretation of a code section to appeal to the board, and it's a rare instance. You don't want to be hearing hundreds of interpretations from the BADS department, and that's not what this is about.
That's not what I said.
And that appeal section is not being amended.
That's not what was my comment was. My comment was at the management, like probably the DRC level, where they were told, no, you have to do both, not either or. And they had to do both because that's what they did. But when I'm saying like John and Fred will be at all the meetings and they can go, I want an interpretation from John or Fred, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I want to, and I hopefully you'll make that clear with the applicants when they come before you. Okay.
Okay. I just have a question about Resolution 20004. I don't really know what that does. I keep reading it, looking at it, and it talks about the procedures that shall be applied. Why do we need a resolution? And the title the announcement section says agreement of extension of time, but
okay,
maybe I'm missing something. I keep
So we're
looking
talking
at
about-
that and it doesn't say that, so I don't know.
Well,
what it is.
20004 is the manual. You talk about 20016.
Resolution R20004 is a resolution. Yes, okay, that's where I'm getting confused. So
Yeah,
there's
there are two separate resolutions. The 20004 adopts the manual, which has a lot of detail in it. It's not appropriate to be in the code.
Okay.
Like it lists all the agencies who mail copies of the application to,
Okay.
like 20 of them, and you've seen that before.
Okay.
And what the county attorney's office prepared is Resolution 20016. This codifies the requirement. The LDC says that if you want to have an extension of time to submit more information, either the county or the applicant need more time, you have to sign an agreement giving and stating how much more time you need. And this is the format for the agreement the board's approving.
Okay,
It's
so
a
there's
two-page
also-
agreement. Because basically, because the statute says it seemed approved, if you miss your deadline, we have to formalize any time extension we give. And it has to be in writing. And this applies to administrative approvals and public hearing items.
Okay, so Resolution 20016.
016. That was the update memo.
Where's that?
So that's only in the update. It's not on the, okay. That's why I was trying to find it on the agenda
on the
item. and
e-agenda.
It's not there.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Oh,
So I was trying to figure out what's what here. Okay.
good point.
Basically, in section 2, it says pursuant to Florida statute 125.0221, the parties hereby agree that the time for approval with conditions or denial of the application shall be extended to. It might be 10 days, might be 30 days. I mean, large projects might require a 60-day extension if the applicant needs to do a traffic study or environmental analysis. It's mutually agreed upon. It may not be common, but we'll have to try it and see.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for staff? I've heard this presentation. I get it. This is not new, like I said before, to try to codify deadlines and to agree to have better reviews earlier upfront. Just been in this process for so long, knowing that things change and people say things, leave things out, have to ask for additional information. Are we looking to add additional staff to be able to provide this much better service, as we've been told? To my knowledge, everybody's kind of working their butts off to get what's coming to us now. I'm just curious to know how this is all going to be accomplished.
Yes, we are looking at that with the county administrator, working very closely with her. we've got a handle on that.
Okay. I'll believe you till we hear otherwise from either you or the applicants.
We will be adding staff.
Okay.
But
All right.
we want to do it the right way.
Okay, that makes sense. Commissioner Servia?
Yeah, I forgot. I have one question about a definition. Pat, maybe it's for you or Lisa. And the definition is the new substantial modification to application. And it gives a list of bulleted items that if any of these happen, then it's a substantial modification, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so here's the question. The first bullet says, shift in building location that would affect setback distances or buffering from adjacent properties. I think if you move the building even 1 inch, it's going to affect setback locations. So does that mean you cannot move the building ever, or it's substantial?
That was one issue that we had to go back and forth, because every situation is going to be different. 1 inch for a certificate of appropriateness may be a big deal, but for a GDP may not. So we tried to come up with a definition that is general enough to catch all of them. Now, like Fred mentioned before, these timelines are supposed to be the maximum necessary. If the applicant comes back and they show that they moved the building just 1 foot or maybe 2 feet, and staff looks at it, they can make that decision to just send it through and not having to send it back to the beginning. So there are a lot of, like the pre-apps. The code says you shall have a pre-app. They call, they say we need a pre-app, staff looks at the plans and decides they don't really need one. It's okay to waive it at that moment. So it's going to have to be on a case-by-case basis.
So is there anywhere in the code that gives staff that flexibility and authority to make those calls? Because I mean, we're talking about extreme examples, 1 inch, that's not going to happen. But if somebody says, well, they only moved it 5 feet and that wasn't a big deal to me, but the neighbor calls in the county and says, what the heck? It had a 30-foot setback and now it's 25.
Yeah, we can look at it, and if you give me a minute, and see if we put something about that.
I'm sure there's other instances as well.
I don't know that we specifically say that staff can waive that definition in the manual right now. We do have it for the pre-apps that the planning director can modify the requirement for a pre-app with consultation with the case planner or case manager. But that, I guess that definition and looking at that criteria is part of the review. It's not, the project is not approved at that point, so that's when I guess they can determine if it has to start back at ground one with the sufficiency review, or if they can keep going forward. That's part of the whole approval process, which I think is already in our code today.
Right. I guess, the thing that I see people struggle with the most is what is common sense and what does following the code mean? So I just want to make sure that our staff is protected and that everyone is protected from the decisions that they make, because not everybody's going to agree that all decisions are the right decisions. So,
and also just a comment related to that. Let's say they get the comment from staff saying, "Oh, you moved your building. You're going to have to go back to the beginning." They can always say, "No, I don't want to go to the beginning. I want to continue with the process." And that's what Sarah was talking about before, that in this process, it's not like staff can stop them, and they can request that they want to continue with the process.
So in your example, the staff is taking a very conservative approach, and the applicant decides to move on. But if it's flip-flopped and the staff takes a very flexible approach, I think there are times when that could be a problem. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I don't see anybody else on the board, so I'm going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. Anyone like to make any public comments out there? Everybody understands, everybody's good. We're all going to just keep moving along. Kumbaya.
Okay.
Just very brief for the record, Dorinda Marvin, planner. We don't have today those checklists and application forms, and I understand that's not for you to review. I would just like to ask, when those are being prepared, if we could really think about the purpose of all the items, the technology that's available to us today that we didn't have when some of those checklists were created. And I know that those of you who have worked in this business understand sometimes we are providing information that with one click of a mouse is available in your information in your GIS. And so, we often get into the discussion of, but it's on the checklist, I can't do anything about it. And we're just creating work for not only your staff, but for those of us on the outside too. So I'd really appreciate thoughtful consideration to those checklists and the purpose of each item and why you're getting it and why you need it and how it helps you do that review. Thank you.
Good comment. All right, Commissioner Whitmore?
I just remember something. I was talking to somebody in the business community, and I was told that the Army Corps is really hammering down on the development, when the developers are coming up, and really cracking down and asking for things that they haven't really asked for years, and probably doing what they should have been doing years ago. But this person was, he goes, we're going to have to be going through all this stuff, and then we're going to come before the board, and they're going to say, we won't accept that. And yet the Army Corps is requiring it. So I guess that's another interpretation thing that I would ask. It's something we proved a while ago, and now they've just been going through with, Jacksonville for years now, a couple of years. And they're getting closer, but they're having to jump through hoops through Army Corps. And there was just concerns that, they come to us, and we're saying, no, that's not how we like it. That's not how we do it here. Just somebody's thoughts on that? That's an actual person in the community, and I'll give John his name personally. You can talk to him, but not publicly, and tell you that this is an actual case that's going on now, a project that we've already approved.
I'm not sure where you're going with this, but, in the case where if the Army Corps requires a permit, that's out of our jurisdiction. We only require what's in the code. That's it. And you made a comment earlier that either or.
Right.
Either or has been done for 35 years around this Manatee County government. And we've been trying to quit that very vigorously. That if it's not in the code, you can't require it. That's how you came up with this Kuntz thing. Nolan and Dolan, all these things, by people requiring more. And we don't do that. Not today.
Okay, well, the one
Not
case...
in building development services.
The one case I'm talking about, it was either or, and your person said both.
Well, I'll be happy to talk to you offline and,
but the one I'm
find out where that's from.
And the one I'm talking about now is another developer, and he just wants to make sure that when we're doing all these changes... And I'll have you talk to him, and he can tell you what the Army Corps is requiring. We know they got to get a permit, but if something if they give that doesn't jive with our land development code, that I don't know. I'll give you his name, and you guys can talk to him.
What we're doing today, we're not changing the land development code as such, the criteria for development. We're changing a process. That's it.
Thank you.
We haven't changed the code, except for the piece in there that outlines the process. That's all we're doing.
Okay. I will get with you personally and give you both of their names. So you can just work it out. I want it to be able to work for everybody, for us and for our business community. I want it to be able to work, and it's good that you hear these things now before we start.
Mm-hmm.
This is the government. We have to treat everybody the same.
Right.
And we strive to do that every day.
Thank you. Commissioner Trace.
Excuse me?
I assume we need 3 motions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Recommend. I'm sorry. I don't know if I did. That's a good.
Yeah, we
question.
had public comment.
She asked if I closed it.
Oh, did you close
Was there
it?
anyone else that wanted to come up and make a comment regarding these? Okay. Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment.
I move to adopt ordinance 2006, amending the Manatee County Land Development Code as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
I move we adopt resolution R20-004 as recommended by staff.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
I move to adopt resolution 20-016.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, well, let's go forward and see how it goes.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good
Thank
job
you.
all these years.
It's a process. We will work with our customers. If it proves not to be beneficial to everyone, we will tweak it. We will change it and come back to this board to get your approval to do that. Madam Chair, if I may have a moment, I was asked a question about the parish plan, and I did get that answer. Earlier this morning, someone asked me about the parish plan.
Okay.
And it's under review right now. The
good.
consultant's completed most of she's done the write-up and met with, the folks in parish and things like that. It's being reviewed by the different agencies here within Manatee County government in preparation to take it back to the people and have those meetings and, okay, here's what was created based on the meetings that we had with you, and is this what you want? And, that's where we are in the process.
And that will affect the parish overlay, North County overlay district.
That's
Is that the
possible.
intent to have, perhaps bring forward as a result of this plan, some changes to that overlay district?
And that's one of the things that Fred and the planning group and Building Development Services are looking at.
Okay.
With the existing plan as is written today, or the recommendation, how does that affect, or does it affect those overlays?
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds good. Any other questions for Mr. Barnett while we have him on the hot seat?
I'd like to thank all of the people that have worked so hard on this. Pat, is Pat done now with us, or is she still with us?
There's others.
Okay. All right. She's driving from Orlando. That's why I was just wondering. Okay. Good job.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
While we have Mr. Barnett here, we heard a citizen this morning ask about the ADU ordinance. Do you have an update on where that is?
Yes, we would love to bring it back to you if we had somebody to do that. We lost both of the planners that were working on that. We've lost another experienced planner this week. And, as soon as Lisa can hire someone, I think she's got another vacancy. Matter of fact, I think Bill joined our team. We're very happy about that.
Back in planning again.
Bill O'Shea.
He just goes everywhere.
Joined badge. And I think Bill's taking a look at that to see if we can get it back here.
We got an opening, Bob.
I think Bill just joined the
Bob
team
Schmidt.
right after Christmas? Right before? Yes, okay.
All righty. Reggie?
So in response to that, we are going to look at it. You say we lost a planner. I'm responding or commenting on the accessory dwelling unit that was out on Whitfield. I want to know where we were with that. You're saying that we lost a planner, right?
All of them.
Okay, so do we have a timeline where we'll get back to it, or we're not going to get back to it?
On the ADUs, when's it
Right,
coming
on the
back?
ADUs, yes.
I'm not exactly sure, but it shouldn't be too long.
Okay.
Bill's on board now.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Madam.
Okay, Commissioner Whitmore?
I agree with Glenn 100%. I have heard that there are some commissioners that don't want it to come for us anytime soon. And I want this to come before us. And I know it's staffing, but this was very, very important. And all of a sudden, we had one meeting and it went away. I have a lot of citizens that have asked me about this. And this could address some of the issues that we have in Manatee County. So I'm on board with Reggie on this. And I don't know, when I asked you guys last time, you said staffing. I've heard commissioners that don't really want it to come anytime soon. And this commissioner, and I think Bellamy, I'm just telling you what I heard. I'm not making up, I don't lie. So I just want it brought up, and I want to know a time frame when this is important to our citizens that can't afford our affordable housing, our affordable rents and stuff, or family members that want to go with their kids. I'm sorry. So
Okay, well,
I really want to move it forward.
I'm going to clarify this. Has any administrator
Yes.
Who gives you direction, giving you direction to not bring this forward to the board?
No.
Thank you.
I heard.
There's all kinds of things we all hear, but doesn't always.
Boy, isn't there.
The facts.
No one has ever said, don't bring this back.
Good.
But, you know, you talk about the work that Pat has put into this. Triple that with the 3 people and others sitting at the table.
We know it's not an easy issue. We
Right.
heard the concerns, you know, and you know.
We'd love to bring, I had an issue this week where if we had ADUs in place, it would have helped this lady with her mother.
Wow.
Exactly.
And I think kind of the consensus was that it should maybe work in some places, may not work everywhere. But that's my recollection. The consensus was it won't work everywhere, but it'll work some places. So let's figure out how maybe we can start slow.
How to define those areas.
Right.
That seems to be the big
That's,
question.
that's when it died.
One of the first things Lisa and I talked about when she made the decision to bring Bill on board was, okay, how quick can we get ADUs back to the board?
Okay.
Because we know it's a priority.
Good.
Okay,
It is.
great.
Thank you.
Good.
Reggie's.
Let's see. Reggie, did you have more?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure it was clear from my perspective. In appreciation to what the staff is doing, I was just wondering, would we or can we get back to it? It's quite clear that that's the direction that all of us want to go. So I was just asking because it came up earlier from Glenn, and it was one of my questions that I wrote down. And thank you for bringing it up, Commissioner Servia. So we just want to make sure we be forward and get an ear from the community and make those strides to kind of see what our options are. That's it.
Okay.
For that one.
Has everybody asked John the questions they wanted to ask him?
I'll just end it by saying, I know it's always difficult to set your priorities
I'm on
over
there
your
too.
other priorities. So you've got a lot of priorities and trying to get them all figured out, you know, but at least we've made some progress now that we've gotten, you know, through this process that we talked about today. So that was going to help.
One of the things that Lisa and I and Fred are working on, we started 2 weeks ago, is to list all the outstanding items, everything that needs to be done. Put this in some sort of priority, bring it back to the board, and ask for your direction on what's the board's wish. What do you want to see to go first, second, you know? Have a good dialogue with the board to say, okay, what do you want?
I think that's great. I think we really need priorities. I'm a big list person. I got to write stuff down, otherwise I don't
Me too.
remember it.
Right.
So,
Me
yeah,
too.
I think that's
And
really important.
I think we're trying, when did I say?
February?
I think in February at a work session, we're going to have that conversation with the board.
Okay, great. Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, John, out of curiosity, how many planners are you short?
4.
I haven't heard that. I know you're short-staffed, but I don't know how many we're talking about.
How many vacancies
Curiosity.
we got? Lisa's got one that I know of.
4.
Fred's got 3 vacancies.
So is that, all right, I'm sorry, that's 3, and then you're short 4?
No, 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We just filled it, right?
No.
Oh, so we got another
Okay,
one.
so 4. Is that right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other thing I want to say is that, you know, we commissioners, we hear a lot. I mean, you know, people talk a lot, and we get caught up. But I don't know that I've ever heard any. Just for the record, we got reporters in the room. One. Let's see. I've never heard of any commissioner that didn't want this to come back before us. As a matter of fact, we keep asking about it. So I don't want the public to hear a commissioner say that and think that that's, you know, what we've said or what we're doing, because that is not true. So it needs to be corrected. And I think, you know, a lot of times when things are said, we need to correct it because, you know, we represent the public, not the county. And, you know, so I don't want that being said when it's not true.
Well, I don't
especially.
lie.
So
I don't lie.
maybe I didn't say
well,
you lied.
we clarified it. We're clear here.
Yeah.
Commissioner Servia?
And thank you. And just so we're on the topic, and just because I always like to be very, very clear, and because in my district, there were a lot of people who came out against it. But that does not mean that I am against ADUs. That does not mean my district is against ADUs. What I know that my district feels is they want to make sure that the parking of vehicles is accommodated for ADUs, and that having 1,000 square foot ADU was too big in the opinion of people in some people in my district and many people on this board, and that engaging the neighborhoods, specifically the neighborhoods that will be mostly affected, those in Reggie's district and my district is a very important step. And I also will add, because I was able to tour Pearl Homes recently, and I talked to them, and I said, look, you know, what they have there is the most beautiful accessory dwelling unit that you will ever see. Okay? And I said to them, please, if the county will allow you, would you be willing to work with the county staff to help develop regulations on aesthetics? Because aesthetics are a big part of accessory dwelling units as well. As I said during the hearing, you never want to create any harm to the residents who are there. We want to enhance the neighborhoods. And how do we do that? We've got to do that very carefully. So those are my comments. I am very much in support of ADUs. We just need to tweak it and get it right for this commissioner to approve it.
Yes,
thank you.
Okay, nice discussion. Anything else? Are you going to let Jen off the hot seat? Okay.
I don't know. It's kind of fun.
All right. Well, we're going to have more fun.
Yeah, it seems so. It'll be my turn then, guys.
We're done with
Go ahead. Give it your best shot.
We're done with the agenda. I just want to move on to an item that is time certain. It would probably not come up till Tuesday, but I think it is time certain. Commissioner Baugh and Commissioner Whitmore were both invited to go to Washington. Don't know why they got the invite. I didn't.
No,
but
you weren't.
They were, as I understand, they were both invited to go to Washington to
actually
be at the signing ceremony with the president. Quite an honor. And because Commissioner Baugh, as I understand it, has accepted the invitation, she's planning on going. And so there's been some questions about whether or not she can accomplish some things while she's up in Washington. Before she represents us up in Washington, I wanted to have a discussion. I think it's appropriate before she has meetings that we have a discussion. So, do you want to tell us what you want to discuss?
I was wondering
just wanted
when,
to have that come out in the open.
Commissioners, again, you know, I could have probably saved all of you some time if you had allowed me to bring this to the board in the under commissioner comments, as we're doing now. But I know that you know, that's not to be. So a lot of phone calls have been made by some of the board members, and a lot of people are sitting back going, "Oh my gosh, what's going on?" So please spare me. Let me fill you in on what I'm doing, and how legally I'm doing it. To my knowledge, I'm the only one that got the invite. I've actually had it checked and was told by my assistant that they couldn't find any invitations for anybody else, but it doesn't matter, really. I mean, I really wish somebody else was going with me. In fact, that's how it all came about, in me asking if any other commissioners had received the invitation, because I was hoping that someone else from this board would be going. However, when I was told no, that I was the only one I received it, I went ahead and I made arrangements to go. I'm paying for the trip myself. The county's not paying a dime. That was also an issue, it seems. It seems like everything I do now is an issue, but it's okay. At any rate, I did send an email to Dave and Carlos at the port and said, I am going to be going up to D.C. Is there anybody that you'd want me to talk to? Knowing that we were having this meeting today and I would have the opportunity to bring it up. And I think all of you know, or at least most of you do, that I'm pretty above board and I'm pretty honest, and I tell y'all when I agree or when I disagree or whatever the case may be. So I would think you would all know that when I say I was going to bring this up under commissioner comments, you know it to be true. I can tell you I've had a conversation with Mickey Palmer about it as well, and obviously the port. Dave Sanford sent an email back and asked if perhaps I could meet with Mr. James about the $5.396 million that the port is still to get reimbursed. As you know, when we were in D.C. last year, Misty, I believe it was you, we went into a meeting with Jocelyn and Charlie Hunsaker with Congressman or Congresswoman Napolitano, who made a call to Mr. James right then and there while we were in the room, but it hasn't gone through yet. It's what I mean by that is that the monies still have not been released, and that's why Dave, I believe, thought it might be good, since I was going to be up there, to have that conversation. Now, I was going to bring it up. and talk to you guys about it. I already have a plane reservation. I already have a hotel room. Jocelyn and I and Scott, we're friends. I was going to see them and have dinner with them anyway. That has nothing to do with this board. They're my friends, as well as colleagues that we work with when we're in D.C. So I don't think I need your permission to do that, and I apologize if you feel I do, and if you do, let's talk about it, but they're friends. I made it very clear to Dave that I wanted to talk to Priscilla about it because she is now the chair, and that I have been very careful in everything that I have said and done when it has come to Carlos and the port since Priscilla took over as chair. I have took a step back so as not to, I'm not the chairman of the port. I am just a member of the Port Authority who was fortunate enough for the last 3 years to be the chair. I did, when I heard this was such a topic of discussion and I wasn't given the opportunity to bring it to this board to be discussed, I did call Mickey and to make sure that I had thought correctly and that I wasn't doing anything, wrong or illegal or anything like that. And I am not. The cool thing is, well, it's cool for y'all. It's not so cool for me because it's costing me a lot of money. But, it's history in the making. I was honored to get the email. I have met with the president 3 different times now, so to have this opportunity is great. I am on this board. I mean, it's no secret that I am a big supporter of the president. And so y'all would expect me, I'm sure, to go. At any rate, like I said, I'm paying for the whole trip. So feel good about that. The other thing is there was an ordinance that was done back in October 20th of 2009 that was signed by Chairman then, Gwen Brown. And it says in there that no commissioner can represent this board as a whole unless it's authorized by the board to do so. However, it does state that an individual commissioner has the right to go and have meetings as that commissioner, representing just myself. And that's what I intend to do. Now, obviously, Mr. James has heard of me from correspondence for the last 3 years in working on this issue. He will know that I was the chairman of the port for 3 years. I don't apologize for that. I was honored to do that, and I tried to work very hard for this board as the Port Authority Chair to do that and represent all of us. And I will be going. I'll be leaving next Tuesday evening after the commission meeting. I will be here for the whole meeting, so don't fear. And I will go to D.C. I will be at the White House at 11:30 Wednesday, and then I will be meeting with not only Mr. James regarding the port, but also with Rick Scott, who is a friend, also with Marco Rubio, who I met with at the port on a couple of different occasions. And I also have seen Marco Rubio away from D.C., so I will be seeing him as well. And I will be seeing Vern Buchanan, our congressman, who is also a friend. So I'm trying to be above board. I'm telling you guys everything that's going on, everything that I plan to do, and I will not represent any of you except myself, and I have the right to do that. So any questions that I might be able to help or answer, and please understand that had I been given the opportunity before staff members were calling the port and calling Jocelyn in D.C. and all this, making everybody feel uncomfortable, I had planned on telling all of you all this under commissioner comments. So y'all know me. We've worked together, the majority of us, for 7 years. Carol, you keep saying you don't lie. Well, you know I don't. And, when I tell you I was going to bring this up to this board, I had every intention of doing so because I'm above board with everything I do. And sorry it had to be dealt with this way. I realize we're in an election year, but remember, I am still a county commissioner. I am still on this board. I am still going to represent Manatee County. I am still going to represent my district to the best of my ability. So, and I intend to continue to do that very thing. So I am sorry if politics gets in the way. I think it has in this instance, or y'all would have given me the opportunity to come forward. And had I not brought it up, one of you would have. So I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little put out by the politics that have been played. And it kind of hurts my feelings, but then I'm not really surprised. Priscilla, I want you to know I have told Carlos and Dave several times that I will not do anything to take away from you being the chairman of the port. I think you're a great chairman. If you'll recall, at the port, I'm the one that seconded the motion for you to be chair. And you have my word, I will never try to be a hindrance to you in any way, shape, or form. I will support you 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did bring this up because I knew it was probably going to come up, and I thought I could maybe hopefully open it up and steer the conversation a little bit to where it is exactly where we are, just to clear the air, make
I didn't
sure.
know there was any air
And
that
my
needed to be
primarily
cleared.
primary concern is working with Jocelyn, and Jocelyn being on behalf our representative in Washington, making sure, you know, that we're all cool that she is arranging these meetings and that this is. You know, I talked to Jocelyn, and she said and she reached out to me, she said there are opportunities at this time. It's a good time to be meeting, and so this is an opportunity. So I wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page when it comes to this. I don't have a problem. Obviously, Vanessa, I thought about Pat Glass. She frequently went to Washington and advocated on the positions that we had already asked for. And my assumption was, with you meeting with the Army Corps, it was in that regard. So I just wanted, quite frankly, to clear the air, make sure everybody was on the same page, that, you know, that we're all okay with this. So that was truly only my goal. So at this point, I'm going to...
Madam Chair, I might add, to be above board, I will tell you now, I don't have a trip scheduled yet, but I will be going to Tallahassee by myself as well, under the same situation.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Well, I thought we were all speaking as one voice, but I read about this last night online, that you were invited and that you were going on behalf of the county. So I sent the reporter a message. I said, and it said that you were invited and you were honored and you were representing the county. And I said, well, I was invited too. And then I thought, and I told her if I was, I'm sure all the others were invited. So I just want to get the facts straight. And if you want to go up and do whatever, that's fine, but we are supposed to be speaking as one voice, and your comment just now, you going to Tallahassee and you're going to be doing your thing, that does not go well with our legislators. I mean, the reason why we go up in mass as a platform is to speak as one voice. Now, you've made appointments with all these people, and I'm sure you're going to tell them you're speaking on your own. Well, they're mine too. I'm sorry, you're not the only one up here that actually has relationships with our legislators. I can't. It's a day before a commission meeting, and I would never go up for the issue that they're doing. What does that have to do with the board of Manatee County? I mean, the farmers, Priscilla, but I mean, I was really taken aback that it was already online last night. We were only given this information a couple days ago, or the invite. But to say that you're going to go up to Tallahassee and do your own thing, that's not a team player. That's not working with the whole board setting our policy. You can do whatever you want. I 100% agree. The reason why, and I voted for that policy when Gwen was chair in 2009, because we had commissioners going up and doing their thing. And so we decided to put that resolution in place. And the reason why we did this was Commissioner McClash. He would just go up and do his thing and deal with the state and then come back and tell us what he did. And he wasn't speaking on behalf of our platform. So to me, this is a little bit of deja vu. You can go up and see whoever you want, but I don't know why I got invited and the others didn't, and Priscilla, but of course I was honored, but I have a board meeting the next day, and I just wouldn't think of doing that, and I can't afford it. But again, now you're meeting with, and you can, Rubio, Scott, Buchanan, you can do that, but you're not going on behalf of the board, you're going on behalf of yourself. And as long as we all understand that, anybody can do what they want. The only one that can get rid of us is the governor, and I understand that 100%, and I've said that. But to think that you're the only, and you didn't say this, but a lot of us have relationships with the very people that you have talked out. And I know maybe some don't think that, but we just don't kind of advertise it as much. But if you want to go up and find and do your thing, but just unless we all decide on an issue for you to talk about at the core, I think we should. The Army Corps with the $5 million that we haven't gotten yet, I think that's something that we should, if you're going to go up and talk on our behalf, that would be good for us to solidify. Is it on our platform now?
It's the port funding that we have been requesting for a long time.
So Tuesday we can vote.
It's reimbursement for dredging that was done back in 2011.
Tuesday we can vote on that because that's a port deal. We shouldn't vote on it today, but I think we should say that she could speak on our behalf if you guys decide to. So,
Well, we've already been up there and done it.
yeah, and it wasn't on our platform.
No.
Or we
That's
didn't vote
on the
for
platform.
it.
It's been on the port platform to
Yeah.
get this reimbursement for the dredging for a long time. What happened, and Vanessa, I was not in the meeting, I'm saying this secondhand, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that Grace Napolitano was instrumental in
Right.
pushing this along.
We heard
but
that.
just, she's the legislature, he's the actual one that holds the purse strings. So my understanding is you're talking to him to say,
Well, I
we've
mean,
got
that was
this.
the idea of Dave Sanford. Whether or not that will come to pass, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I told Jocelyn to check with Dave to make sure that that was really something that would be beneficial for us to do. And also for Jocelyn to think about it because she deals with the people regularly. We don't. To make sure that that wasn't an issue. So that's all I know.
Yeah, but it is in fact something that's been on our platform from the port for a long time.
But when somebody goes to a state thing or federal, we should at least know what they're going to be, well, like what you said, what's going to be discussed on our platform so that if we get a newspaper that calls us down here because somebody's up there, we at least know, can be on the same wavelength.
I would like to think that we're always are on the same wavelength. I mean, every time, we go to a chamber and we sit there and we run into Vern Buchanan and we talk to him and he says, well, what can I do for you?
Right.
And you sit there and you say, well, let's see, here are our priorities, bing, bing, bing. I mean, to me, whether I'm going to Washington to see Vern or I'm running into him at the Civic Center, it's the same, type of communication.
Me too.
I applaud Vanessa that she wants to go up there. And, I think she's been in the business long enough to know that she's not going to be advocating stuff that we don't approve of.
It's costing
Right.
That it's not going to be on our platform. It's going to be stuff we've already
Talked about.
Yeah. And then we were up there last spring and we were in Tallahassee and we have our menu of items and, and I think for her to go up there is an honor. She's funding it herself. I think that's even more spectacular.
You would. You would say that.
Well, that's
no.
that's not a cheap trip,
Yeah.
and
Last minute, it can't be.
yeah. So
About $3,000.
I think
But it's
like
worth
I
it
say,
to me.
I just I think we always are having interchanges with different politicians, and I know I've had lunch with Rick Scott before.
Oh, many times, yeah.
And, just him and me and, talk about county issues, state issues, federal issues, type of thing. And, I just don't know how we got off on this somehow that.
I just heard about it before.
I thought I was doing a great thing.
Out, I guess, so.
For the county. But
That's
for this board.
Those are just kind of my ramblings, if you will.
Commissioner Trace.
Yeah, I appreciate you clearing the air, Vanessa. It's mostly, I think, I received a text saying you were going and talking on the port business, which
I asked Dave to let you know.
which is fine. Even if they had said she will be discussing it during commissioner comments to say what, then I think everything would have been above board. It's kind of like it just kind of catches you like, is that appropriate? Is it not? And unfortunately, I can't come ask you. We have to do it in this forum, which is wrong because you would have been the first one I would have asked. Hey.
And if you talk to Carlos and Dave, you will hear.
And I was unable
that I was
to.
very concerned about you.
And no problem. Mine was not so much about me. I'm fine with me as much as say is just that we're all above board. In other words, if you're going, who you're meeting with, just so we kind of all know. I don't care who you meet with, and I agree. You start having relationships with these people, they become more than just whatever. They become friends, and we have to. But I also think it's appropriate that if you're going up there and you are speaking to people, that it needs to be discussed somewhat with us saying, hey, I'm meeting this, this, and this, and we are going to be discussing this. And we would have all said, hey, yeah, great. Have a good time. At least I would have.
Had I been given the opportunity under commissioner comments, I would have done just that.
Well, I think maybe we all jumped a little bit quickly, but it's also something that's happening quickly. And we don't, like, once again, I can't go to you personally because of sunshine and ask you that. So it becomes sometimes makes us look a little petty and stupid because of sunshine, which is what I've thought the whole time. And so it kind of is looking petty and stupid. And I think we should pass it on and tell you to have a very good time and, see if you can get a fountain pen.
A fountain pen.
I'm going to bring back a lot of
It's a
fountain pens, I'll
Sharpie.
guarantee you.
Oh, Sharpie? A Sharpie? Okay.
It'll be a Sharpie.
A Sharpie.
I
Get
don't
the
know.
one with get the weather Sharpie.
I don't know what he's got a lot of, I think
Signs
they're
of the
fountain
Sharpies.
pens, but I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
All right, Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. And I didn't know we were going to be talking about this. And I was not invited to the White House.
I don't understand why I got it.
But I do wish you well, Vanessa, in going. And I'm glad that you're going because it is an honor to go, you know? I mean, you have been very involved at the national level, and you have been on the federal committee, and so I think it's wonderful that you're going. And I think when our Representative Jocelyn says, hey, Vanessa's going to be there, there are some opportunities, I think we need to take advantage of those opportunities while you're there.
That's why I brought it up.
It is good that we're talking about it because we have to. Because if Vanessa is representing the board, then the board needs to make sure that we're all on the same page. And I hear that we are. And I have every confidence that Vanessa would not represent the board on things she was not authorized to do so, But we are all citizens of Manatee County, and we can all represent Manatee County as a citizen. And I think all of us that sit up here understand we can't represent the board without authority. So I wish you a great trip, and let us know how it goes.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ball.
I just want everyone to know I will not be representing the board per se. I will be representing myself and as past chairman of the port. As far as Rick Scott and Marco Rubio and Vern Buchanan, they are all involved in trying to help the port get reimbursed the $5.324 million, I think it is. And by the way, this board could certainly, if that would be great money to get back in our budget for other things that we're working on at this point. So it was never my intention to, I don't even, you know what, I don't want to represent the board per se, because that's a big responsibility. Unless it's something that we've, voted on our legislative priorities, I wouldn't do it. But I do think this is a good time that we need to talk about and stop. And I realize we're in a political season, but let's not get carried away. We all have jobs to do. We all need to do our jobs. And we all need to remember that we're all up on this dais and we all represent citizens of Manatee County. So, let's remember that. Because, chances are you'll still have to deal with me 4 more years. So just remember that's a possibility. And for the good of Manatee and the people of Manatee, let's move forward. We need to be rocking and rolling. The economy is the best it's been in years. We have a great administrator that's done some great things with the budget this year. I'm looking forward to what she comes up with for next year. We are changing and doing a lot of good. So let's keep it going and not get petty with each other. And by the way, guys, I'm not saying any of y'all have been, I'm just saying it in general. We don't need to get petty. We need to remember we're professionals up here on this dais and we need to act like professionals. So I thank you. That will, I'm not leaving until after our commission meeting on Tuesday, so it has no effect on that whatsoever. I am honored to be going, and I can tell you that everything that comes out of my mouth will be positive about Manatee County. So thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I'm probably the last one that needs to get in this, going back and forth. What I always do when there's a potential conflict is always reverse the issue. So I'm sitting here in my mind, and I'm thinking about if I got an invitation from Barack Obama to come to the White House.
Oh, gosh.
And if I'm a county commissioner at that time.
It's from a staff person.
Well, what I'm saying is you're thinking about the opportunity of the President of the United States, and anybody, any constituent or anyone would probably embrace that opportunity. But what I'm thinking about is the next step that she took is okay, I'm going to do this myself, outside of her own pocket. And I think, I'm just saying from that perspective, I honestly think the tone should be a little bit different. I think we should be applauding her because she embraced it herself and saying, well, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to take county money, and I'm going to go up there on my own, and I'm going to try to make a difference. And that's just me. And I'm probably going to get some phone calls, the whole Republican Democrat thing. But what about right wrong?
I think we talk too much about political parties up here.
What about right and wrong? And I'm just sitting up here thinking, we have a lot of things that we could be discussing within the last 30 or 45 minutes. I'm sure the air did need to be cleared. I'm glad I had no idea if this was going on. I'll be told.
You know?
I knew about the invitation, but some of the other things that behind the scenes. But be safe, and thanks for the things that you do.
Thank you, Reggie. Okay, Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, and I'm just was bewildered that I got one, and of course I'm honored. I just can't afford it.
Right.
And I have, as you know, a disabled husband at home. So I can't do something that quick without organizing people, paying people, and I just couldn't do it. But, yeah, I thought it was kind of cool. I've never been, I think that's the second time that I've gotten an invite like that, and it is kind of cool. So more power to her. I'm glad she can afford to go and that she's going to go. But I just don't understand how I got it, and none of you guys did either. That was weird. But anyway,
we've decided that Vern Buchanan picked you too. That's what
probably.
I said because you're both Trump clubbers too. That could be it.
No, Carol's not.
I'm on the committee.
Donna Hayes at the
I go to Donna's thing. I'm not on your club. I go to Donna's Trump committee.
I think you just picked the blondes.
That's very chauvinistic. And just so you know, our blondes, we're gray.
You pick bald people.
We're all gray hair. We don't have. This is fake.
Can I call the question?
This is totally fake.
All right. Okay. I think we're clear, and I'm glad that I did talk to Jocelyn because, as I said, she said that it was a good time. So, to be up there, to talking to people, and it's tough.
She contacted me,
and it's tough because we do go up there on an annual basis, and it's always good to have people talking to the people that hold the purse strings, in my opinion.
I have another comment not regarding this.
All right. Well, I'm going to go down commissioner comments, so I'll go ahead. And Carol, you want to start? Go for it.
Yeah, it's bothered me since it happened, and I think people just got ticked off because who used it, and I still think it's a free world, and I believe that this building is the people's house, and I think that we should have a high top with 2 chairs out like we did before. It's not only for everybody thinks the Glenn's people, and I hear people like not happy that I even said this, but come on, it's the people's house. We had it right under the television. People like me or people that are waiting all day to be seen can go out there and sit if they want to look at their paperwork or read a book. And we have homeless people that come in here, and we have a few that we know. I think it's only fair. So I'm going to ask you guys to at least consider one, like we had before, a high top with 2 chairs. What's the big deal? This is the people's house. And it was taken down because we were upset because a few people that we didn't like comes before us and criticizes us all the time, kept holding court there. So what? It's still a free country. They got to go through our law enforcement guy to get in to see us. So I think it's that was ridiculous that we took away, and I said it when we did. And I'm hoping the commissioners would consider just putting a table and 2 chairs out there like we had before. The only complaint we got was because Glenn was there having his court with people. It was only one person, and we took it down, and everybody else suffered. So I don't agree with it. And here comes John. Oh, I thought you were. So please consider it.
Okay, Reggie.
No, I was just making sure. I asked a sidebar question that was inappropriate, so I'm apologize. I was being.
He didn't know about the table and
Yeah,
chairs.
I didn't know about the table and chair.
I thought it was
so-
your fault, you said. I was like, wow, I can't wait to hear why.
No. So I didn't want you to think. I was just trying to get clarification on what a high top was. That's what the sidebar
You
comes
stand
in.
at it or in a high chair.
Yeah,
Higher chair.
honestly, I don't know why they got removed. I know they were there and then they got removed, but I couldn't tell you why because I don't remember discussing it. Commissioner Serbia?
Yeah, I agree with Carol Whitmore. I mean, it is
Thank
the
you.
people's house.
It is.
They pay taxes here. I think it should be very convenient to do business here, and part of doing business is having a place to sit and talk.
Besides on the benches, like a bunch
right.
of
But
prisoners.
You've got cushioned. I'm talking.
No, that's okay.
Well, and I
A
wish
table.
we had some tables in here, quite frankly. I mean, when I was a consultant and would try and do work seated in the audience, it's not easy. So I think it should be as welcoming as we can make it to the people who use it, to our customers.
They pay our
Okay,
salaries.
well,
They're citizens.
All right, it sounds like we have a consensus that people think that we maybe
Look
we
at
can
it.
put those back, and if
We can
not,
try
maybe
it.
we need to be told why we can't. So I don't remember.
It was totally because of Glenn. I'm 100% positive.
Okay.
Well, he'll love that.
Look at Mickey's laughing. Yeah, I'm 100% positive. I know. I was told.
Should make Mickey come up with a why.
If obviously we have regulations, if people are being disruptive, then we
Right.
can deal with them.
Right, that's the only thing I was going to say.
All right.
Yeah, but she passed
Well,
away.
we'll add that to our list.
Thank
Put
you.
the table back and then chairs back.
And try
in.
it.
Okay. Any other comments, Commissioner?
That was good. That's a big one for me, believe it or not.
All right, Commissioner Ball, you have any? commissioner
Nothing.
comments? Commissioner Bellamy?
Yes, I wrote a number of things down, which is probably unlike me. First of all, when I was in my briefing for the land use, and I'm sure they'll probably listen, I gave them a church name, and I think you've been to that church, Commissioner Benak, a Family of God of United Methodist Church, and they've been trying to get some things done through planning. And I'm not necessarily sure where they are in the process, but I've asked staff to brief me because I think 2 or 3 times at yard sales or different areas I've seen one guy at the Anna Maria Oyster Bar, and I was approached about it as far as the process. And there, one guy said we have a dictatorship here, and we're not allowing them to move forward. And excuse me, sir, I don't have no idea, but I'll take the notes down and bring it back to the board so we can make sure that staff give us a clear understanding where we are on that as far as the Family of God United Methodist Church. And I think they're waiting for some type of permit or something in that to take place. But they told me that you had been out there and met with them.
Well, actually, they came in and they all met with me, with John Osborne, with right? Isn't that the same Methodist Church? Yeah, those folks, and they were making great progress for a while. I don't know what happened. I did get an email that I was copied on. Since everybody else and their brother was copied on, I kind of ignored it. I didn't know why I was copied on it. But John, do you know anything more about where those folks are? I mean, they were very grateful for the information we gave them, and we thought we set them on a good path. I don't know if they ran into a problem again.
John Osborne, Deputy County Administrator. They are going through some of their review comments still. They did have some more utility comments they have to work through. And that's the last status update I saw out of BADS on that one.
Yeah, I mean, they're not appreciating the process, as you can imagine. A lot of people that have never been through it before and are now being asked as a church to comply with a lot of regulations that they did not know about up front. They were not adequately informed up front what they were going to have to deal with. And so all of this is kind of a surprise to them. But I think we were trying to, I told them we can't treat a church any differently. We can't, I can't say, oh gosh, you're a church, you don't have to comply with this, because that isn't what the law says. So I know they're not appreciating it, but I think they were making progress.
I'd be happy to, Commissioner Bellamy, go with you and show you where they're at in the comments say and that kind of thing.
Right, and the reason why I want that, because I see some of them quite frequent, to be honest with you, and I want to be able to respond a little bit better than I'm capable of responding right now, so a briefing on that would be okay. That'll help me out. Can I keep going?
Sure.
All right, I want to know, I've talked to FDOT about this, and it's right there on 41, and I think it's 23rd or 24th Street. I think we had a casualty there about 2 or 3 years ago, and it's known in our community as Speedy's area, right there where the church is. And I've talked to Clark about possibly getting a speed sign there, a signal ahead sign, to kind of make sure that individuals are coming across that bridge, understand that you're going into an area where community, you're going to have pedestrians crossing the street. Someone said they were looking into it, but someone also recommended I bring it up to the board, and maybe it could become an MPO issue. I just want to know what our options are, so we can get that signal ahead alert there, so we can decrease that traffic, because truthfully in our community, when you talk to individuals that's a little bit older, they call it Vietnam, because so many people have family members have lost loved ones crossing in that area. And I just think we need to have a conversation about it so we can be forward thinking on it and what our options are to decrease that speed. Now, I will say that we've done a lot within the lighting of the area since that's taken place, and I've been talking to the FDOT, and I've also spoken with the city of Palmetto, who actually has a contract on the maintenance of the lights, because we had a moment where they were down, up, down, and they've kind of worked that out. But I do want to know what our options are, and I'm not sure if this is not an MPO conversation. I mean, maybe y'all can help me with that, but I'm concerned about the safety and that speed with the individuals coming across that bridge, and I need to know what our options are to possibly put a signal ahead light there or something.
I'm sorry, that's on 41?
Yes.
Is that right?
Right.
The 41 and 17th you're talking
Nope,
about?
not 17. It's the next light north.
In between the overpass and 17.
Right.
And you've talked to DOT about this?
And they told me that they were going to do a speed volume study. And from what
warrant study.
Right. And from what I've understand, and someone kind of helped me research, they've done that before.
Yeah.
But no one has identified, what are some other options that we can look at. And just traveling around our community and other communities, I think the signal ahead, option is something that we probably can look at and consider, that give an understanding that you need to slow down.
Well, all I would say is, to me, it seems like it's a technical issue. I would like maybe ask staff to bring back a report to see if that's something that they can coordinate with DOT, or what the process would be to get something like that.
Well, and I just want to put it on the record. We can request it, and we can go from there. And I have one more thing.
Can I say
Bob, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah.
Can I say one thing on that one?
Well, wait a minute.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Trace and then Commissioner Boz. How is on the board? Commissioner Trace.
People have been dying at that spot. First one I remember dying was 1971, a high school friend. Mm-hmm. And the wrecks there on that stretch of road from that overpass to 17th, I don't know how many people have actually passed away, but the wrecks must be at least 3 or 4 a year, at least. So
Had one last week.
Okay, I mean, it's just bad, and has been for 50 years. Mm-hmm. Like I said, the first one I remember was in the early 70s, and the road I think's only been there since 61 or 62, something like that. So yeah, I think the MPO, if we can't get the staff, the MPO members do need to bring it up, because it is an FDOT thing, but it's a very, very dangerous road. I don't know what can be done. I'm not a traffic engineer, but it's been dangerous for 50 years.
Well, the MPO, again, remember the MPO is a planning organization, plans for large projects. Not every single sign has to go before the MPO. That's not their role.
No, but
so I think you need to ask staff.
Oh, I agree to go to
us what
staff
the
first, but
process is.
you're right there with LK at a meeting and can say, hey, my board has said this is a very dangerous thing. Y'all need to at least work with the staff and get it done. That's more what I'm saying.
I would like to hear from staff, and then if it seems to be appropriate, I want to hear from staff what the appropriate process would be.
First thing they're going to do is a traffic warrant study, and did they tell you when the last one was?
No, they did not. But
and you've talked to Public Works,
right?
Okay,
I've known
that's what they're
I've
going to do.
known of 3 in the
first.
50 years that they've done, though,
Yeah.
and people have been dying, like I said, in that particular stretch since the day the road has been built.
And I got to tell you, we've got several other intersections like that too, and I can tell you that they're going to do a traffic warrant study, and DOT will as well. And then DOT is going to say, well, we'll talk to Public Works and see what we can come up with. And part of that expense, a lot of that expense will be county, because it's at an intersection, it's a traffic light, if that's what they feel is warranted.
It's not technically
So-
an intersection. It's not technically an intersection.
Well,
It's kind of a
You,
stretch of
you
road.
need to really work with Public Works, and we can bring it up in the MPO.
Sure, that's
but
what I was going to say. If you want us to bring it up in the MPO, but I don't
Really
like to bring
Public
stuff
Works.
up in a meeting where I don't at least have an idea that I'm following the proper procedure and have
That's
a
why
chance.
I'm just trying to get it brought up so we can
Right.
see what our options are.
Okay. We will put that on the list for staff. We have John in the background taking notes. So we're going to ask about that to see if we can get a report prior to the MPO meeting. What would be the proper procedure to see if that's something that we could pursue with DOT?
I'm done. Done.
Okay. And that was by consensus of the board,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing, and this is, since John's here, is to, need to get an update. Duck season is opened up
It's over. It's almost over, isn't it?
every weekend.
I haven't gotten any
I
calls.
live in downtown Beirut. As the sun comes up and the sun goes down, and and I'm starting to get the emails, and then we started the process last year from having to go through the state, and we knew it was going to be a 2-year project before the state, with the probability of the state approving it. But I'd like to make sure we close that loop, so that I can tell the people that live out there, yes or no.
No.
Period,
Well,
type of thing.
Well, if I can ask a question, I mean, what I recall is that we didn't have any authority on the water to
Exactly.
ban, anything.
Them
The
out there on
state
the
water is their authority, but we could make the land side a bird sanctuary like they have
Right.
in other places. So, are we doing that? I don't know. I mean, I asked somebody this.
I think it's, again, one of those things, sort of like we were talking about with the planners.
But we never made it formal.
That Parks and Rec are trying to get the application filled out to submit that to the state, because the state is the one who has to say, yes, this is a bird sanctuary.
Well, they all
So,
like
but
to
I
eat
think it's
duck.
probably got caught up in their workload over there. is what
Did
I'm
we ever do a
guessing.
formal vote to do that, though? I don't remember us doing the formal vote to do that, to have staff do that. We did?
Yeah, to look into the process
It was
again.
stalled for some reason.
Oh,
Not
okay, 'cause
me.
I don't remember us doing that.
But
If
I don't
not,
think we
we're not
ever
doing it.
actually voted. No, I agree
Yeah, I don't
with
think
that.
they'll
It was
do it
stalled
unless.
for some reason.
Right. Well, I'd just like to get an update,
Oh, okay.
Well, okay. I don't recall seeing that on the list that's on the back of the screen sheet.
No, it's not.
So if you want to make a motion, go ahead and make a motion. You bet,
To even look at the process, you should make a motion, Steve.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion that we review where the process is on getting certain lands designated as bird sanctuaries. And I think we were talking from basically Bayshore Gardens all the way up through Heidi Island and into Cortez, I think was. And then also the whole perimeter of Perico Island. That was the county, not the city.
May I ask a
I don't
question
wanna
to
do
our
that.
lawyer?
Can you make a second and then we'll debate?
No, I'm not going to make a second.
Make a
Does
second.
anyone, I'll make a second.
Okay, then I'd like to
Second
ask a
it.
question.
I'll second it because I thought that we had asked for that, and I had a letter, and I asked for that. I asked based on the letter that I had on my desk. I know I did this not too terribly long ago. So go ahead.
Who has
Commissioner
jurisdiction on the sandbar? Because that's where most of the hunting is going on.
Right.
James. I don't think we can regulate out in state waters.
That's what I'm saying. So, to me, we can get all the process we want, but they're coming around in flat john boats and hunting on the sandbar.
I don't
That's
think
the
we
thing,
can-
they're
I
not
don't think
doing
we
it
can
from
regulate
shore,
that.
are they? Are they, Steve?
No,
From shore?
No.
But they're doing,
Boats?
well, a lot of them are just parking illegally at the end of 34th Street and then walking out.
Well, the sheriff
And they're
can
waiting.
stop that.
Well,
Not if it's not illegal.
not if it's
No,
not
he
illegal.
just said it was illegal.
Well, because because
Parking is illegal.
the parking is legal, but they then walk into the water up to their knees with their guns,
Which make the hunting.
which makes it legal. Yes.
Yeah, but if
Because
you're
now they're
actually
in the
hunting in the
jurisdiction-
state, in the other waters and you walk back with ducks, is that illegal? It's the same as when you fish in federal waters, but you have to come back through the state.
My
Who has the
purpose is-
jurisdiction?
Is we need to get, I think, give them an answer, you're gonna have to put up with the 65-day duck season, and just hear the guns going off at sunrise, or, or
How
can we
long have
do-
they
or
been
do
hunting
something?
there?
Forever. It's an outstanding duck hunting place. Outstanding.
Oh.
People come, it used to be a big,
Doug-
yeah.
Whiting Preston's property still, that was even.
Yeah.
When he opened that up to hunting, that was all dove hunting. That was just.
Oh, man. Generations.
Like a 4th of July.
Generations.
Yep.
Well, I don't know anybody that does that, but.
Right. I
Well,
don't think we know anybody that do it either.
I don't know anybody that goes bird hunting.
Well, as I said,
Not there, anyway.
I said I come from a long family of bird hunters. I've been duck hunting. However, when I went duck hunting, it was in a preserve area, national wildlife
I've done, too.
area that allowed duck hunting. There were never any residents around. I never worried about disturbing any residents.
When
but
they
it was
started
all
duck hunting, there
regulated.
was
when
no
I heard
homes
that
there.
they're duck hunting within, so many feet of a subdivision, I was like, well, that sounds unsafe.
Well, there are laws on that that's already on the books about as close, rule, I forget what it is, but so many feet from a residential area. And even if you've got a field, which I think near you has been fields, particularly of corn. And it's the best dove hunting ever is when you cut the corn and there's still some corn, down on the field. Dove season comes in. Not that I've done it, but I'm just saying there are laws already on the books, but I don't know about getting in the water. I don't know if we have jurisdiction over that, and I guess that's an attorney question because I think, wouldn't that be Fish and Wildlife?
Yeah.
Yeah.
State.
Yeah,
Which is
state. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, though.
The application is actually made.
It's a shotgun, doesn't go that far. How far
I
does a
think
shotgun go,
we
Vanessa?
just need an update, and I think that's what we've
How far does
asked.
Vanessa, how far does a shotgun shot go? 100
Well,
feet?
it depends on whether it's a 20, 12, or a 28.
Yeah, that's
A
what I'm
28
saying.
doesn't go far at all. 20 doesn't go but so far. 12 gauge goes the furthest, but
What, 100 feet? Maybe.
yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm on the board. I just wanted to say, as much as you know me, I couldn't shoot a duck if I wanted to. I just couldn't. But my grandparents and all them
Yeah,
used to
I
go
can.
pheasant hunting and all that stuff. I don't support this, an ordinance on this, because I know many, many people in West Bradenton that are actually posting all over social media that they're going out duck hunting, and it's been going on as long as I can remember, and they are out in the water. They are out on boats. So when this comes before us, I probably am not going to support it.
Okay. Creating a bird sanctuary. And I brought that up because there's bird sanctuaries created in many neighborhoods. I've seen the signs. I actually took a picture of one of the signs as you go down Tuttle into Sarasota. There's a big sign that says bird sanctuary. So that seemed to
This
me
is
to be a
along the bay.
logical way to do it on the land because I thought we were precluded from regulating in the water. But we are.
But
So that's
mangroves
what
and-
I was trying to pursue is a bird sanctuary on the land, if that was the best we could do. And I really doubt, Carol, that you would vote against a bird sanctuary on the land.
I'm sorry, but I still believe in people's rights. I don't do guns. I don't kill animals, but I don't despair anybody else that does. And you can get in the nice, sexy word a bird sanctuary, but I mean, as long as I can remember, people have been duck hunting in this area, and a lot of people in Cortez, I see, if they're not fishing, they're doing this. They're doing it now. I just don't know if I would do that.
Okay.
I have a right.
We have a motion and a second. Could you read the motion again, please?
Just an update, I think.
The motion that I have, Madam Chairman, is Commissioner Johnson moved to review the process on getting certain lands designated as bird sanctuaries from Bayshore Gardens, and he mentioned several areas. The motion was seconded by Chairman Benak.
Okay, perhaps we could eliminate the limits of the area since she didn't get it, unless you want to be more clear.
No, I'm just curious about the process.
Okay, we'll eliminate, okay, so the motioner eliminates
What's the motion
the,
then?
The geographics of it.
So the motion would be to review the process on getting certain lands designated as bird sanctuaries.
Correct.
and seconder agrees.
I'd go for that.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Okey dokey.
That's all
Anything
I have.
else?
Sorry I brought it up.
We've already heard from Carol, so we'll hear from Misty.
Okay, great. 6 quick things.
Six.
Quick things.
At least she numbered them and did her notes.
Thank you, code enforcement, for rushing out when we had University Village residents living in their homes and concrete crushing going on right next door. A stop work order was issued. That was all great. The concrete crushing continues to go on today, even though the stop work order was issued. So I do hope that our staff, and I know our staff, will stay on that and try to find a quick resolution, because the neighbors who live in University Village are suffering from the noise and the dust, and it's not right.
Can't they we have a method of a citation. You don't have to go, I mean, you can go through the whole code enforcement process, but we've also put in implementation that, okay, we put a stop order. So to me, and you guys are the attorneys here, if we've already got a stop work order and they're still doing it, we have a citation process while we're going through the other process. Am I wrong?
I think the next step is to court, but I think it takes
There's
a while
citation
to
that you
get
have a
there.
They're hoping to be
Ticket.
I don't know. I'm just asking that the urgency continue, because it's not right.
John was going to.
Number 2, we talked about ducks, and now we're going to talk about fishing and camping. So at the end of Whitfield Avenue on the bay side, where Whitfield dead ends into Sarasota Bay, is historically a great place to go and fish. And people have always done that. And they walk out, there's shallow waters, and you got the oyster beds, and there's great fishing. And nobody objects to that. I don't know if it's an easement or right-of-way, but there's something that does allow the public to do that. Well, recently we've had a problem with people pitching tents, having cookouts on their grills, staying there all night, using the restroom in ways that the neighborhood doesn't like. So it would be nice if we could explore posting a sign there that says no parking between the hours of, 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. or whatever the hours are, to prevent people from pitching tents and camping there. I don't think that was intended. I don't think that's adequate use of the right-of-way.
Me neither.
If that was a motion, I'll second it.
Okay, yeah, that's a motion. Will you second it?
I did.
Okay.
Can I ask for clarification? So it's in right-of-way, but it's not a road, it dead ends into the water?
Yeah, so the end of Whitfield, the pavement dead ends, but then you'll see a drainage pipe right next to the road that drains out to Sarasota Bay, and there's a wide grassy area out to the shoreline. I don't know if that's right of way or an easement or what the status is, but people have gone there for decades and fished, and nobody objects to that. But it's the pitching of tents that's become a problem.
So you're asking for staff to look into this and bring back a report?
Strange stuff.
Maybe my motion is to post a sign that says no parking between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And I think that would solve the problem. And so if the board would like for me to revise that motion, please let me know.
Well, Commissioner Survey, it might be that we need to do some fact-finding to find
from
out.
Staff.
Okay.
Is
It's
it
legal
what it is?
if we have jurisdiction.
So perhaps a report back would be better, and then
Okay,
staff
so
can
I'll
give
change my
options.
motion to ask for a report back.
And the seconder agrees.
Hey, you got that motion?
Yes.
She doesn't really have it. Go ahead.
No, I have the motion. It was changed from posting signage for staff to bring back a report.
Yes.
I'm questioning the area. So you're saying Whitfield, is it off of Whitfield Avenue?
It is Whitfield Avenue at the western terminus of Whitfield Avenue.
At Sarasota Bay.
It goes into the bay.
That's good.
Okay, so the motion is for staff to bring back a report on the land, utilization of the land at the western terminus of Whitfield Avenue where it terminates into Sarasota Bay.
I like it.
Okay.
Okay, number 3.
Wait, no, we gotta vote.
Oh, sorry.
You made a motion.
Got to open up the public.
Can open up to the public. Hey, I forgot that in the last one. Did anyone want to talk about the last one we did? No.
I am.
Okay, thanks. That's close. All right, on this one, we have a motion. Is there anyone like to discuss it? Seeing no one close, we'll come forward. We'll close public comment. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much for that. I'll combine 3 and 4. I'm just looking for an update, and I'm sure our staff is already on this, but I'm looking for an update on Soleil West, the irrigation issue, and Whitfield in Pennsylvania, the intersection we talked about having some sort of safety improvements, probably just painting of crosswalks for the kids who are walking to school there. They're probably on a list somewhere, but because we're at the new year, I'm just asking that reports be brought back on those two things.
Actually, I don't have it. On the Soleil West, I will say that I discussed with Sherry yesterday everything that was on the back of the green sheet. I don't know what happened to it because we don't have the same green sheet. So, and that was one of the issues.
Okay, good.
And again, she said she was going to get with you and let you know. But one of the items that I asked is my recollection is the neighbors there did ask D.R. Horton, and D.R. Horton actually put together a cost estimate of what it would cost to provide that. So if we could find out what that was, what the cost estimate was, is there a possibility that they could be an assessment project? Could staff look into that to provide for the non-potable irrigation? Because that was my understanding is that D.R. Horton had done an estimate on what it would cost to do that.
And then transfer the expenses that the developer should have incurred to the residents?
The only way that the residents are going to get it out of the developer is if they prevail in a lawsuit. I do not believe, when I talked to them, they're willing to do that. The county cannot compel them to do that because they complied. The staff approved the site plan. Staff signed off on the improvements being done consistent with the approved plan. End of deal. There was a discussion before you were on the board about that, about whether or not that, I'm sorry, it's just got an email about something, that whether or not that would be, could the county make them do anything more? And the answer was no. And the county has no liability. I'm trying to think of the word. We have
Terminus.
What's the word, Sarah? That
Sovereign immunity?
Thank you. Thank you. So they can't come after the county. They tried to go after D.R. Horton. They've tried with the state to go after D.R. Horton to try to say that, look, you didn't comply with the code. But it was an interpretation at the time of the code that says you must have public irrigation. And the interpretation that was made by whoever the planner was that reviewed it, or whoever reviewed it, said, yep, they complied. They had the non-potable water for the public areas. And we, subsequent to that, we had changed the code to make it clear that that's not what the intent of the code was. So it's unclear to me what else we could do for these folks other than to look at an alternative that they could live with. And that's what we have to look at. I'd love to compel D.R. Horton to do it. I'll say D.R. Horton screwed up. I'll say D.R. Horton didn't comply with the code. I'll say D.R. Horton should have installed it. But other than saying that over and over again, I'm not sure I can compel D.R. Horton to do anything.
My suggestion at the last meeting was for this board to write a letter to D.R. Horton and ask them to do the right thing, which is to
You want to draft that and bring it back before the board, you can do that, but I'm not sure it's...
But when that happened, when my suggestion to do that was heard, we decided that we needed a more comprehensive report. And so we asked the staff to put together a report and come back to us.
That'd be the building department?
Yes, the BADS department.
Good luck.
I don't...
Already slammed. No.
So...
I don't think that was it, but if that's your motion, go ahead and make it. I don't think that's what it said on the back of the green sheet.
The green sheet said that we were going to do a report, but the last time that I discussed it with this board, I suggested that maybe we should do a letter from this board to D.R. Horton asking them to do the right thing. But then through discussion, we all agreed that we needed more information and a comprehensive report. Right. So the motion was to ask the BADS department to bring forth a report of the history of this problem. So that's where we were, and maybe that's where we should leave it. And all I was asking was to make sure it's on a list.
When was
and that it hasn't been forgotten.
How long ago was that?
John, do you happen to have a copy of the, I'm talking like a John Osborne. It was a green sheet that had all of the items that are on the back that we have voted on.
Yeah, that's usually on the.
We don't get land
It's a
use.
regular meeting.
Yeah,
Oh,
we get
yeah,
on
that's
regular
why,
meetings.
because it's on the regular.
It's on the regular.
Not on land use.
Yeah, just,
All right,
I don't
let's
think we
get
need to
up. Okay,
discuss
You'll get
it
one
now.
Tuesday.
We'll find out Tuesday. If you could bring it back where we're at with that. Okay, good.
Okay, just, everybody probably already knows, but Bill Robinson's funeral is this Saturday,
At
1
1.
p.m., St. Joseph's Church, just as a reminder. And then the last thing I'm going to say is I would like for all of us to come in here and sit down and choose to be respectful of one another, because I don't always agree with everyone here, but I do respect all of you always. And so I just want to underscore that, and I'm not picking on any one person. I'm just saying, please, let's make an effort to do that. Because if you don't have anything nice to say, maybe you shouldn't be saying anything. And we should be doing business. This is a business meeting.
Is that a motion? If it is, I'll second it.
That's all I'm going to say. It's, yes, sir.
If you push your button, anyone can make a comment.
He did.
Thank you. Commissioner Bellamy.
I thank you for that comment, and I think what we should do is embrace the awesome opportunity that we have to be leaders of our community.
Yes.
And it's a couple of bullet points that we need to make sure that we keep out in front of us. We are leaders, and you know the community is watching us.
Move it down.
Rick Wilson is.
We are we are leaders, and the community is watching. And there's another part of that I pay close attention to when I learn some individuals in the education, as far as our school district, they watch our meetings, and our youth are watching this, and people outside of our state. I mean, my former boss watches some of the meetings in Colorado Springs and tells me what I need to do differently. But my intent is we're representing Manatee County. We're representing Manatee County, and we should take that very, very seriously. And how we communicate with individuals should be taken seriously, and we need to make sure that our every conversation and our every tone is at that level of respect. So I echo that.
Thank you.
Me too.
I second that emotion.
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 Okay. Anything else, Misty?
No, thank you.
Okay. Priscilla.
I don't really have anything, but I'll just make a quick comment on that. That is the one thing I have found the most frustrating in this job is the sunshine. That we have to air out dirty laundry, so to speak, in the public, on TV, and that is not anything I'm ever comfortable with doing. But sometimes we have to do it.
Right.
And I agree with you that I personally have no animosity to anybody on this board, and I don't know about y'all, but I don't ever win any fights at home, so I'm used to losing. So it doesn't bother me when I get outvoted at all. No, so I have no problems with anybody on this board. It's just sometimes we misunderstand some things, and if there was any animosity here, I apologize. But there was some misunderstandings going on, and that's fine. And unfortunately, here's where we have to say them.
Right.
And that, I think, sometimes the sunshine rule, which is transparent, and what we have to follow the rules by, which all of us do, makes it very, very hard sometimes to keep decorum up here because we have to discuss some tricky things occasionally.
Tricky.
And that's the terminus of my discussion.
Tax, maybe you did too.
Okay. Commissioner Bellamy, I think you're done, right? Commissioner Whitmore?
Okay. Yeah, I just got a text from Joe McClash, actually, and he just informed me, and I need John to talk to Sherry, and he just notified me that the Manatee Ears, Nose, and Throat, the big group in town here, has Aetna's dropped them from the insurance plan, and as of April. I'm actually having procedures done. But anyway, I don't care about that. But he said, and I think he's right, there's something in our plan. I mean, we just use them for their list and their payment. And we use their list under Aetna. We pay our own claims. And so in April, they're going to no longer be in the network. But I know, because I used to do it with my husband being a plastic surgeon, they always wouldn't do plastic surgeons, but I would talk to the insurance company or talk to the physician and do a contract there. And, you could even still pay them the same rates as Aetna. I mean, if they're going to agree to do that. But I don't understand. I've never heard of them dropping. You know, I know we've got maybe 1 or 2 more ENTs, but for this whole county of 400,000 people, that's woefully inadequate. So he asked me if I would bring this up and get this passed on. And I think there is something that Kim could tell you, that you could go out of contract and then negotiate with them individually. And I told him I would pass it on. Thank you, John.
All right, let the record show John said he would follow up.
And for all the public who gets Aetna, they're being dropped. You may have to find a doctor, I don't know where.
All right, you guys are still on the board. Do you have anything else to say regarding everything we've heard?
I was just going to
Trivia?
bounce back to what we were talking about in Priscilla's comments, which I appreciate very much. And I want everyone to be clear. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing I like more than a robust debate on issues. I'm not saying anyone should go soft, but I am saying that we need to respect one another no matter what the topic is. Don't take anything personally, and don't attack anyone personally, because differences of opinion are very healthy, but we can do without the other stuff. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Baugh, did you hear
I would
anything?
only add that I think one of the things that I've witnessed on this board, and I am as guilty as everybody else, is that sometimes we do let things get to us personally. But one thing that we need to remember is that we need to be professional. This is not elementary school. It's not high school. We need to be professional. And I think sometimes we miss that. And the one last thing that I would say on that is that we all need to remember that we all have the best interest of the county at heart. And we need to remember that most of us have served together for a long time and done some good. Maybe some things that aren't so good, but we've accomplished some good, and we need to have faith in each other. And I think that gets very lacking. So we need to work on that.
Okay, last, just a couple things. National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, I believe, is today. We had a great, last night at Crime Stoppers banquet, we had almost every single law enforcement, all of the law enforcement divisions represented at Crime Stoppers. It's their annual dinner, and then Sheriff Wells spoke, and, they're under a lot of pressure. It's just the way it is. I mean, there's a lot of things going on, and so we need to support them. Understand that social media is, if anybody knows social media problems, it's me. What you see on social media in 10 seconds is not reality, guys. And I told the sheriff, I hear you, bud. I hear you, bud. But I just do want to give a shout out to them. I know that Sherry did, and I know that Vanessa weighed in, but we really do appreciate our law enforcement folks and everything that they do here. The crime is down, but our area continues to grow, and so there has to be people everywhere, and it's just a challenge constantly to keep up with it. So just wanted to say that. Also, I did attend for 2 whole days. Well, maybe not 2 whole days. We left to avoid the traffic in the afternoon on Tuesday. But we did attend the sustainability conference, the leadership conference on resiliency, I think is what it was called. It was very interesting. Right. It was very interesting to hear what's going on a national level, international level. And, I will just say, and I will ask for Sherry to share the information, because I missed a part of the presentation on Tuesday, yet I was approached by an elected official on Wednesday afternoon and said, well, how do you feel about being number one? And I said, being number one for what? Well, being the most at-risk area in the whole United States.
In the whole United States?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
And I said, well, what does that mean?
How do they do that?
And she said, well, that was part of the presentation yesterday. So I had to look it up, try to figure out which presentation was. Well, it was a young lady who worked for Moody's, and her presentation was about how they had acquired a risk assessment firm out of California. And Moody's has acquired them because they are starting to use this kind of analysis when they do their risk evaluation, economic risk evaluation. Well, that group just happened to say that we were the most at risk in the entire county of economic impact from
Well, look at how fast we're
sea level
growing.
rise, climate change.
Right.
It's a very detailed study, but I want you all to look at it. Quite frankly, it kind of scared me a bit to see that's something that is being evaluated. I hope it's all junk science. Everybody's told me, follow the money, it's junk science. This is not true. I hope they're right. Believe me, I hope they're right. Because it is a very, very expensive proposition to deal with. But that doesn't mean we don't have to deal with it. That does not mean we can just close our eyes and say, no, this isn't going to happen in my lifetime. I'm pretty sure as leaders, we talked about it, we're leaders in this community. We cannot look and be short-term thinkers. So we do have a workshop coming up. I did talk to Sherry. I will share as much information as I was given with everyone that couldn't be there. But and I'll give, Q's looking at me, I've got to give her a copy of it as well. But I will make sure that you get a copy of what I found on the internet looking this stuff up. So, Commissioner Baugh?
Yeah, I think if you look on the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council on their website, you'll find the documentation that you're talking about there.
Good.
The other thing that I would say is that there's a lot of speculation out there. I mean, it's all over the world, speculation on sea level rise and climate change and so forth. And I think the bottom line is the Manatee River goes through Manatee County. And it's a tidal river, so it will be affected, and it will affect some of the property in Manatee County. Does that mean that it's drastic? Does it mean that it's, the end of the world, so to speak? No, but it does mean that we need to look at our way of doing things, our procedures, and see if there's anything that maybe we need to look at changing when it comes to development. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm not a planner, thank God.
Me too, thank God. I'm not
So,
either.
These are things that will need to be looked at, and I would think that since we're just, we're still going through the process of the LDC and all that I would assume, and maybe that's a good question that John can help us with, as to whether or not the consultant has taken any of this into consideration. I don't know. But I don't think it's something that we've got to, really pound on today. I mean, it is something that, in the future, we need, I heard it today, we do look at 20, 30, 40, 50 years out. We always have. This county has always done that. So, what changes is it going to make? I can tell you that we've had a resiliency committee in this county for how many years, John? 5, which I just found out last year when I got on the planning council. I just found out that we had one. I'd never heard anything about it. But they've been looking at all this now for 5 years. So it is something that's being taken into consideration, I'm assuming. How about on the LDC? Do we look at those types of things? Okay. So, it's not the end of the world. Is it something we need to start addressing? Yeah. But, we do have a committee here at the county that's doing that. And they're coming up with ideas. Are we seeing sea level rise already? Yes. If you've lived here, you know where to look and you can see it. Yeah, it does happen. I'm not going to say what causes it to happen. I don't know. Is it climate change, or is it the rotation of the earth? Who's to say? I don't know. Yeah. But it is rising. So, it was a good seminar. I sat on the resiliency committee at the planning council, and I thought it was good. It was the first one. So I'm sure they'll make some changes and make it even better for next year, and rightfully so. And good information. But the interesting thing is that which shocked me somewhat was politics gets involved in everything that goes on. And even some of the mayors, 3 mayors that we're talking, 3 or 4 mayors from Tampa Bay, we're insinuating, Republicans don't believe in climate change or in sea level rise and all this. And I'm sitting there thinking, my God, I wonder if they realize how many Republicans are here in the room, that are looking at this and going, okay, this is an issue. So, it's an issue. And I was really thankful when I found out how many staff members was at the seminar. I was so surprised. I was so pleased to see. Even Sherry Courier spoke on it. And then to have 2 other commissioners there as well, I was thrilled because it shows that Manatee County is taking it seriously. So thank you guys for going. Thanks for your input. Thanks for realizing that it is an issue. And thanks to John and the other staff members that were there. It was good stuff.
You were there.
Actually, there were 4 of us there at one time.
Reggie
Who did
was
Oh, Reggie! I am so sorry, Reggie. Yes, you were.
there the first day.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, you were.
I went to the luncheon the next day, that's why I didn't. I was.
Yeah.
I was at lunch.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, just a couple final thoughts. Yes, I loved going there. I had a little bit of a different impression, Vanessa, coming out of that. My impression was that no matter the politics, everyone was in lockstep moving forward.
Everybody in the room was.
Mitigation and solutions. And there were, I think, over 300 people there.
It was.
And
it was right at
they
300.
were from people all over the region. And, I've been reading and learning about this issue, I think, for 10 years. I've been trying to think about how long it's been. And I remember the first couple of years how, there really was a lot of pushback, and it was very political. But as the facts come into clear focus, well, this is always what happens, then everyone says, whoa, we can't ignore the data.
No, you can't.
We can't ignore the science.
People still
And
do.
so we don't always know all of the things. We don't have all of the facts ever because our world is such a changing place and our climate is definitely complicated. But what we do know is that we can't stand here and not prepare because we have people that we're responsible to. And this community is growing, one of the top 10 in the nation. So we have got to make sure that we're protecting people to the greatest extent possible. So what I took away from that is there is more overwhelming support to work together than I've ever seen.
I agree. Commissioner Whitmore.
And the comment about didn't realize how many Republicans were in there. I've always been very upfront. I totally believe in sea level rise. I totally believe in global warming. I am by profession still work in science as a nurse. And I am a Republican, and I think there's more Republicans than a lot of people think that are looking at the facts. I mean, how can you display the facts? This lady from Moody, I would like to get the information on where she got all her information, and hopefully our staff can get that. But it's not a dirty word anymore. It's the fact. Look what's going on in this world. Look what's going on in the weather. Look what's going on in Australia. Yeah. I had some good friends that say, well, some people started on fire. There's not really a drought. And are you kidding? Come on. We all need, like you said today, we can all disagree, but we have to look, we've got to work together. And for my grandkids and your grandkids, I'm sorry, we've got to be open-minded, and it's hard up here and there's a lot of things that I have a hard time, accepting and stuff, but I got to represent everybody. I got to represent the people that think this is junk and the people that don't, and I'm on that path. So.
Okay. All right. So I'll make sure that we can share the information. Last thing, just because we cannot talk about it anywhere else, I did talk to LK Nandam about the planned improvements. I think you probably all are getting emails about the 119th Street in Cortez. LK has assured me that they will not go forward with the closures, will not go forward with implementing the improvements until they have a chance to talk to the neighborhood. I know that Karen Bell reached out to him. I know I've responded to at least a couple of emails. Greg,
Johnny Banas.
Greg from Key Glass. Right now, forgetting his last name. Anyways, so if any of you talk to LK or hear something more, just keep us informed, because I've copied him on this. I've copied Chad on this. Even though it's a state proposed improvement, what the neighbors are very concerned about is the rerouting of the traffic out there and how that'll affect the businesses and the closure and the access to
semi-trucks.
Access to their neighborhoods. So LK says, yep, we're going to hold off. We'll get with these people. So that's all I know. Do you guys know anything more?
No, that's the same conversation I had with him. He called me and we
May I ask the timing of that? I mean, isn't this
Last
like our
night
peak season?
Fishing season too. It's cold.
I mean,
and
wouldn't it
the
be
fish are
better to
in.
do it in June when there's no school and people aren't going out to the
Right.
beach
Well, it was
as much?
what
Not going to the beach in June?
the information
Well,
was
I mean, you
that
don't
it was
have,
supposed
you
to
don't,
be
not from the north.
Yeah, the information was it was supposed to be a 3-month closure, but LK said that wasn't correct. So
Oh, it's 6
Harbor
months.
Landings Estates, those folks are very concerned about getting that information. There was a flyer sent out, but it was being implemented pretty quickly. So I don't know if staff has heard anything about this, but there's been a big pushback. So it is in the hands, obviously, of DOT, Greg Burkhart. Thank you, Vita. She listens and helps
listening.
my failing brain when I can't remember somebody's name. Greg Burkhart reached out to me from Key Glass. And so we just need to be kept informed, and hopefully they're, you know, LK has been very responsive. I know he's met with a lot of people out there in Cortez already about their concerns on the bridge. So just keeping them copied, and if we know anything more, let us know, okay? All right, I don't think I have anything else. Is there anything else for the good of the order? Okay, if not, we are adjourned.